Everybody here? You already. All right. The Monday, March 26, 2012. South Bend Common Council meeting. Invocation by Reverend Janice Hall.
If you will bow your heads for free, please, as we acknowledge the Lord. Most gracious Father, we thank you, Lord, for this day. Father, we thank you for the blessings and the opportunities that you've given us on this day. And we acknowledge you for who you are, for you are all-powerful, you're all-knowing, and you're omnipresent. You're even present right now, Lord God, in this place. And Lord, as we continue, we go forward, we ask, God, that you would bless the lives of these leaders, for you have instructed us to pray always for those that are in authority. And so we lift them up before you tonight. And God, we give you thanks for them, their lives, and their commitment to the call of leadership. And God, I ask that you would impart wisdom, and you would impart, Lord God, that the justice to them, Father, and that in their decision making, that they will make the decisions, Lord God, that are good for the welfare of all. And Father God, that you would bless our community in a mighty way, and God, that you would keep the people, that you would protect us and watch over us in the mighty name of Jesus. And we'll give you the praise, and we'll give you the glory for all that you do. Amen.
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 3 John 40. Can you read the roll, please?
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Henry Davis.
Henry here.
Mrs. Shea. Dr. Furlick.
Here.
Dr. Varner.
Present.
Vice President Oliver Davis.
Present.
Councilmember White.
Present.
Mr. Furlick.
Here.
President Dieter.
Present.
All 9 present.
Thank you. Today I have the report from the Subcommittee on Minutes.
To the Common Council of the City of South Bend, the subcommittee has inspected the minutes of the March 12th, 2012 meeting of the council and found them to be correct. Therefore, we recommend the same be approved. Signed, Derek Dieter, David Varner.
Make a motion to approve the minutes. So moved. Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Before we start with special business, I'd like to thank everyone for attending tonight. I know there's several items on the agenda. Probably the most important one, possibly, that everybody is here to see will be last. So we would just ask that everybody be cognizant of that fact, be respectful of everybody that's speaking tonight, whatever side of the issue you are on. Again, let's treat everyone fair and with respect. So, seeing that, Mr. Vorty, let's proceed with our new community awards. May you read 1219.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, awarding Mrs. Erin Blight, President of Heartland Small Animal Rescue, with a 2012 South Bend Citizen Award.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, awarding Miss Erin Blight, President of Heartland Small Animal Rescue, with a 2012 South Bend Citizen Award. Whereas the South Bend Common Council notes that the vibrancy of our city is reflected by the residents who selflessly contribute to the betterment of our community, and whereas the Common Council is proud to recognize that Erin Blight, who is the President of Heartland Small Animal Rescue, which is an all-volunteer, not-for-profit organization which rescues dogs, cats, bunnies, ferrets, and small animals which are scheduled for euthanasia in local shelters. And whereas the Council notes that Heartland Small Animal Rescue is instrumental in establishing and overseeing a network of volunteer foster homes for these rescued animals until they are fostered out. And whereas the South Bend Common Council recognizes that over the past 3 years, the Heartland Small Animal Rescue has rescued over 340 animals from South Bend Animal Care and Control alone due to the limited space and capacity to house such animals. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Common Council of the City of South Bend as follows. Section 1, on behalf of the citizens of the City of South Bend, Indiana, the Common Council is pleased to publicly present to Erin Blight, President of the Heartland Small Animal Rescue, and her many caring volunteers and foster families, a 2012 South Bend Citizen Award. Section 2, the Common Council thanks Erin Blight and Heartland Small Animal Rescue for giving all of these animals which they have rescued a second chance, with these actions positively contributing to the health and welfare of the South Bend community. Congratulations. Section 3. This resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its adoption by the Common Council and approved by the Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone from the public would like to speak in favor? Or opposition? Council members, any comments? Questions?
Move we adopt this by acclamation.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
You may be seated. Clerk Forty.
Yes.
We're going to have a motion now to continue 12/22 to April 23rd.
So moved.
Got a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Clerk Forty. Go to 12/23.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, awarding John Shalio, former Executive Director of the South Bend Regional Airport, with the 2012 South Bend Citizen Award.
You want to look here? Yeah, get family. A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, awarding John Shalio, the former Executive Director of the South Bend Regional Airport, with the 2012 South Bend Citizen Award. Whereas the South Bend Common Council notes the vibrancy of our city is reflected by the residents who selfishly contribute to the betterment of our community. And whereas the Council is proud to recognize that the former Director of the South Bend Regional Airport, John Shalio, retired on February 29, 2012. Whereas the Council notes Mr. Shalio began his career in 1977 as an airport engineer and was promoted to the airport's Executive Director in 1981. Whereas Mr. Shalio started working at the airport, he worked in a building built in 1949, located on airport property just 700 acres. It has now grown from an old grass runway to over 2,200 acres, which provides services for 4 air carriers with non-stop flights to 10 cities, namely Atlanta, Chicago, Cleveland, Detroit, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Mesa, Minneapolis, Orlando, Sanford, Tampa Bay, St. Pete, which impacts South Bend and the surrounding communities in an annual economic impact in excess of $433 million. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Common Council of the City of South Bend. Section 1, on behalf of all the citizens of South Bend, the council is pleased to publicly present John Shalio, the former executive director of the South Bend Regional Airport, with a 2012 South Bend Citizen Award. Section 2, the council thanks John for his 35 years of dedicated service to the airport, our community, and the aviation industry, and wishes him and his wife Gail and their sons Bill and Charlie the very best in the years ahead. This resolution shall be in full force and effect after its adoption by this council and signed by Mayor Buttigieg. And I would just like to thank Mr. Shalio for all the years. From a personal standpoint, because I can remember when my father started flying there, and it was Stockers, and it was just a grass field, and he has grown this into such a great hub of the Midwest for people to travel out of. And then secondly, and almost as importantly, is the part of the Military Honor Park with, I can remember him and my father and George kicking around in my dad's hangar with all the stuff they had, and John worked thousands of hours to find a great spot, and it's well known around probably the country as one of the finest honor parks, and I thank you for doing that. And lastly, the hours that he has put in is not just an 8-hour day, it's a 10-hour day, a 12-hour day. It's around the clock when there's snow in the winter and the runways are shut down. So I appreciate all the work he has done for this community, and congratulations. He can spend more time with you guys now, and I appreciate all the great work that you've done. So, thank you.
The attendance tonight looks like some of the meetings that I attended over the years, and thank goodness it's this instead of some of those other things. But I've got to tell you, it's been a wonderful 35 years. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I hope that what I leave behind will live on forever. The new director is a fine fellow. He'll do a great job. I feel that I've left it in good shape for the community, and I'm very proud of what the staff and the board have been able to accomplish. We've always had a wonderful working relationship with the city of South Bend, from Mayor, back to Roger, to Joe, to Steve, to Mayor Pete. We've just had wonderful relationships with the head people, with the engineering department, with every aspect of the community and the city, and I'm just very grateful for what we've been able to accomplish. Thank you very much for this. I truly appreciate it.
If I may add, Mr. Shalio, our economy would be so much poorer if it were not for your great contributions. In recognition of that, we wanted to be sure to provide you with a key to the city. Now, at your retirement party not long ago, you retired so early in my term that we didn't have any keys to the city. But we now officially have one, and it's a real honor, a pleasure, and a privilege to be able to award you this.
Thank you very much.
Make a motion to adopt this by acclamation. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Great job.
Thank you all.
May I have a motion to continue 12/24 to April 23rd?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? 12/22. There you go. Now may I have a motion to move 12/21 to the resolution section as the first item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? At this time, do I have any reports of city offices? Seeing none, may I now have a motion to resolve in the committee of the whole?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
The Committee of the Whole is now in session. This is a portion of the council meeting where the council sits as a committee. Proposed ordinances are read by title only by City Clerk John Vorty. Reports are then verbally given by the chairperson of the council standing committee to which the proposed ordinance was sent for an advisory review and recommendation. If the proposed ordinance is a zoning ordinance, a report from a staff member of area plan will be given. In all other situations, the formal presentation of the proposed ordinance will immediately follow the committee report and then the formal presentation followed by a public hearing. We ask that everyone turn their cell phones and other electronic devices to their silent mode. Additional rules governing the committee of the whole are set forth in the brochure available on the railing in the council chambers. In addition, I ask that our council attorneys speak to issues when a motion has been made and second the procedures after. I do ask that the council members allow the petitioners to give his or her report prior to asking them questions. In addition, I ask that you allow me as the chair of the committee as a whole to recognize you prior to addressing your question. This way, everyone will have an opportunity to speak. Thank you. I know we have a lot of different issues here tonight, and so we want everybody to be respectful. And please, again, no one to come up towards the pulpit. Pulpit, church. Whatever, stage. Well, you got me. We all in agreement.
Thank you, Reverend.
You're welcome. Okay. I asked City Clerk John Vorty to now read our first bill, which is bill number 0312.
Public hearing on a bill to vacate the following described property. The street to be vacated is a portion of United Drive, Prairie Avenue, from the east right-of-way line of Scott Street to the south right-of-way line of the Norfolk and Southern Railroad overpass. A second portion to be vacated is said United Drive beginning at the north right-of-way line of said Norfolk and Southern Railroad overpass, thence north to the south right-of-way line of South Street.
Thank you. Would like to go to committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Public Works and Property Vacation Committee had a public hearing on Bill 312 as amended today, and it comes to council with favorable recommendations.
Thank you.
At this time, Section 4 would be appropriate to have an amendment to include the new sentence at the end of this section, which would read, "This vacation shall be subject to a memorandum of understanding between the property owner and the Redevelopment Commission addressing property coordination and assembly for the furtherance of a Renaissance district."
So moved.
It's been so moved. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, now may we have a presenter?
My name is Mike Ferrier, White McEachern. We're here working in conjunction with Economic Redevelopment to vacate a portion of United Drive for further development of the lot and for improvements between these two lots. We went through the proper channels and worked through all the different areas, and it doesn't appear to be too many issues that could arise. Do you guys have any further questions?
Yes, Mr. President Jeter, you have some?
Yeah, I had a question earlier in regards to that. Being right off the ramp of the police department, and cars have used that road for a long time going to calls. I have a concern that now cars, that when you get a call to the north side of town or to downtown, now officers will probably have to go up Scott Street, and if it's a hot call, they're gonna have to turn to the right down south, and that's Housing Authority apartments there, and that street is very, very narrow, and there's a lot of kids in there, and I can tell you, if you have a hot call, we're taking the quickest way to get there, and that road will be the quickest. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna try to widen that? Are we gonna try to do, it's set up now, barely two cars can go down there, they have one-sided parking, and if a car does park on there, it just about turns into a one-lane road. We need to do something there.
Certainly. Bill Shalio, Economic Development, in between the earlier meeting and today I was out at that stretch, looked at the property. We'll have to work with the Housing Authority to restrict traffic on that street, so we'll have to work with the city engineering office to come up with some controls in that area. Some of that, maybe even some vegetation clearing to open up the view corridor through there, but we will work on that, and we certainly take note of your comments.
Okay. At what point can we get some feedback that the Housing Authority is going to let you guys widen that, or?
We will have feedback to you before your next meeting.
Or the 9th?
I'm sorry?
Before the 9th?
Oh, I think we can work on that, yes. I think you said before tonight, so, yes. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for our presenter? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Now we will have our public portion. Those who would like to speak in favor of Bill number 03-12, please come forth, state your name, your home address, and then, therefore, your statement. Seeing none, those who would like to speak in opposition, please come forth, state your name, your home address, and share your thoughts. Seeing none, we now close the public portion, and we return back to the committee.
Sure. Really quick, I think President Dieter's comments actually gets at the crux of what we've been talking about the planning and development of certain areas, set areas. Closer to this in downtown area, I would consider being downtown. I think it will probably be to our benefit as a council to possibly continue to build over until the plans come in, so we know what's going on. You're talking about public safety. 83% of our budget is about public safety. It is a public safety. And I think that we probably should give a good eye on this. I'm going to ask.
So you can make that a motion?
I'm making a motion that this bill is continued over, subject to approval of plans based on public safety officers' comments to April 9th.
Second. It's been moved, it's been seconded to move this over to April 9th, and which will include then the comments that President Dieter has requested. Pardon me?
Send it back to committee, Public Works and Property Vacation also?
Sure, why not? Sure, that's what they're saying, why not? Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we're recommending that's been moved back to the meeting on April the 9th with the committee hearing and then bring it back for discussion. Thank you. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Woody to read Bill 07-12.
Public hearing on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending the zoning ordinance and establishing historic landmark status for the structure and real property known as the Keegan Hobbit House and located at 1922 Portage Avenue in the City of South Bend, Indiana.
Well, thanks for having that second reading. The Zoning and Annexation Committee met this afternoon, and we bring this bill to you with a favorable report. Now, our presenter. Please state your name and your home address, and move forward.
My name is Catherine Hostetler. I'm the Director of Historic Preservation for South Bend and St. Joseph County. I live at 708 North St. Joseph Street in downtown South Bend. We have the Historic Preservation Commission at its February 27th meeting had approved the landmark status of 1922 because of its fulfillment of all three criteria that we base our landmarkings on. The first criteria is the embodiment of elements of architectural design, detail, and materials. The second is for the suitability for preservation and its identification with the life of person or persons of historic significance. Briefly, the building fulfills criteria number 1 as an excellent example of an unusual blend of architectural elements from the English arts and crafts movement and the Tudor revival style, interpreted in the American craftsman bungalow style. The building fulfills criteria number 2 by the integrity of its original construction, with only minor alterations, and all of its construction and materials and appointments were originally from local vendors and merchants. The building fulfills criteria number 3 by its association with George E. Keegan, who was Notre Dame's most winning basketball coach, and was succeeded by his protege, Edward Moose Krause, after his death at age 53. And I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Is there any questions for our presenter at this time? Seeing none, hearing none, we thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we would like to open this up to our public. For those who would like to speak in favor of this bill, please come forth and state your name, your home address, and share your thoughts. Seeing none, those in opposition, please come forth, state your home address, your name, and share your thoughts. Seeing none, we now close the public portion of this bill.
I move that Bill 07-12 be sent to full council with favorable recommendation.
Second. It moves in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? This bill is carried. Mr. Wardy, could you read bill number 82-11?
Public hearing on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, annexing to and bringing within the city limits of South Bend, Indiana, and amending the zoning ordinance for property located in Clay Township, contiguous therewith. Councilmanic District 4, Alibaba Cafe, Inc., 17917, State Road 23, South Bend, Indiana.
Motion to accept as a substitute.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Substitute is carried. Our committee report. Our zoning committee met this afternoon, and we bring this to you with a favorable report.
Chris Snyder with the Area Plan Commission, offices on the 11th floor. Could I have the monitors turned on, the screens, please? Sorry about handling it over there. Okay, thank you. This request is an annexation. I'll wait actually until it comes up, because that picture will explain the difference between what's being annexed and what's being rezoned. So
That's fine.
just wait till it heats up just a little bit so you can see the screen.
There it is. It's starting to come.
Coming.
The rest, you need the house lights dim?
We may fall asleep.
I think we'll be okay. Does everybody kind of see it now? Right. The annexation, which is outlined in black, that's what goes kind of from the right-of-ways to the right-of-ways all the way around. And then the zone change is just what's outlined in red and kind of has hatched marks through it. And it's currently zoned B business and our single-family district in the county. And the request is that it be zoned LB local business in the city of South Bend. This is a view of the building. This is a view of the rear part of the building where the new parking area will go and kind of where the new zoning line will be. And this is a view of the rest of the eastern lot, and this is the part that is going to remain SF1. This is the site plan. You'll notice that the north arrow is facing right. It's kind of turned. The area to be rezoned is about 20,000 square feet. Again, the northern 88 feet of the eastern half, which is the part that's outlined in pink there, is going to remain SF1. There is an existing 2,100 square foot building and 22 parking spaces. At the Area Plan Commission meeting, 8 people spoke in opposition, mostly about the parking and about the end use. To the north are single-family homes zoned our single-family district in the county. To the east is a frame shop, zoned B business in the county. To the south is First Source Bank, zoned CB community business, and Zikers Cleaner, zoned LB local business, both in the city. To the west is a multi-tenant center, including a hair salon, 2 restaurants, other uses, zone C commercial district in the county. At the committee meeting, there was some talk about plans, and I did want to point out that we do look at the city plan, which is the comprehensive plan for South Bend.
to make our recommendations. And we chose Economic Development Objective 1.2, which is to encourage the reuse of abandoned and underutilized land and structures, and that applies here. We also looked at the future land use map, and this property is included on the future land use map for the city, even though it is currently in the county. And it kind of mimics the zoning where the front part of it was commercial, and the back part was still residential. And the intersection of Sabre 23 and Ironwood, which is just to the southwest, is identified as a regional commercial node. Since it is in the county and it has split zoning, the zoning line is allowed to be moved about 40 feet to the north, or in any direction, in this case to the north, and that would approximately cover to the corner of the building, but not the whole area that is needed to allow for parking and things like that. It comes to you with a favorable recommendation from the Area Plan Commission. It's a small two-lot site with an abandoned commercial structure, and it currently is split zoned. By expanding the zoning further north, it allows for the reuse of the building and the property. The LB Local Business District can accomplish this within the context of the commercial area it is immediately adjacent to. The LB Local Business District allows for a variety of smaller business uses that can locate on the site, similar to the uses currently allowed in the county's B Business District. Again, at the committee meeting, there were some questions about what could and couldn't be done in the B Business District versus the LB District. I was able to go through and kind of look at those briefly. I'll give you a sampling of what could be allowed in both. The three that could be allowed in the county but are not allowed in the city are a bank, a department store, and a photography studio. And some of the new zonings that are not allowed in the county but would be allowed in the city and the LD would be a library, a restaurant with entertainment, that's called we can call that a cabaret, a fitness center, health club, things like that, a nursing home, and a convenience store. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for our presenter from the council members? Seeing none, hearing none. We will then go to our public portion.
No, the formal presentation. Now, that was the area.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I believe the petitioner may be.
We'd like for our presenter to please come
All
forward.
right, great.
I see him. Thanks. Please state your name and your home address, and please proceed.
My name is Abdel Farhan. I reside at 1316 East Galvin Street in South Bend. As Kristen mentioned, we are asking for annexation to the city of South Bend, and also we're rezoning to LB Local Business. And if you guys have any question, I can answer any.
Are there any questions for our presenter? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We will now then move to our public presentation. Public hearing. For those who would like to speak in favor of this bill, please come forth, state your name, your home address, and your thoughts. Seeing none, those who would like to speak in opposition of this bill, please come forth, share your name, your home address, and your comments. Can people outside hear that? Because not that I'm encouraging anybody to do that, but I thought. All right. We move forward. Thank you. Then we'll close the public hearing, and we're back to the council. Yes.
I have a question. Could we check?
Pardon me?
I know there's been a lot of people from committee meetings.
I know. That's
You also check, Scott, if people can hear out there?
Oh, there's one right there. Oh, are you going to?
Are you guys able to hear out there?
Okay. We had a public hearing this afternoon, so we knew some people were out there, and so that's why we understood. Not that we were trying to do anything. Go ahead, right to the mic. Just state your name, your home address, and then share your thoughts.
Hello, my name is Wanda Shock, and I live at 17346 McGarland Street, and I'm president of the Juday Creek Dugdale Neighborhood Association, and we are located along the 17,000 block of State Road 23. And I'm here just to state our thoughts on this development. We don't have objections to being annexed into the city of South Bend, but it's how it's going to be annexed into the city of South Bend. And we would encourage future thought as to how this stretch, how this corridor is going to be developed. Instead of a knee-jerk reaction as to anybody who wants to locate here and start up a business, we would ask that you put some thought into how this is going to be developed. If you place a billiard hall in this stretch, there's going to be a domino effect. And you're not going to get the quality of businesses that right now you have that opportunity to envelop and to encourage. Right now, if you were to ask someone, do you want to locate next to a billiard hall? What do you think they would say? Do you want to buy a house next to a billiard hall? Do you want to start a company next to a billiard hall? This stretch, we know, is going to be annexed eventually, piece by piece, most likely. But how you develop each piece is going to be very important to the future of all of us that live along that stretch. Whether we move out, whether it becomes another burden, or whether it becomes a corridor that you can be proud of. So we just ask that when you consider annexing pieces of property in accordance with someone's request, that you think not in just terms of acquiring property, but what you're going to be doing with that property and what kind of consequences it has. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. State your name and home address and
Thank you. I'm Ann Puzzello, live at 1247 East LaSalle. And before I speak concerning this issue, I'd like to mention that where I'm sitting, only people who speak right into the mic can be heard. And Mr. Davis, when you speak to the side, we don't, back where I am, and I'm not in the back row, can't hear a word of it. I only want to mention that.
I'll take my voice a lot louder next time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'd like to hear what you say.
Nobody can understand it.
Under controlled uses, which this business is, there are some requirements. And one is it must be compatible with existing businesses. And while the businesses around this one are daytime businesses, this one is planning to stay open until 10 o'clock at night, and then it will have to be cleared. I mean, it's probably going to be 11 o'clock before it's empty for the parking lot. Excuse me, the parking lot is. Not adversely affect the neighborhood. Well, the neighborhood has already held meetings, and the neighbors are against the business because of the possible noise, the possible traffic, and the problems for them in that area. And the other problem I see is this. I understand only 2 tables and two pool tables and 8 pool tables, but anyway, a very small number of pool tables will be there, and there'll be no liquor license. And I would worry very much about whether it's going to be successful, make enough money to stay there. And they have lots of rehabbing, lighting, and work to do on the building, which will be very expensive. If this business is not successful, we will have no say in what kind of business will be there next. I would rather have a stronger startup appearance before I would be comfortable with a change in the zoning. So I would be against the LB zoning at this time until we see a stronger startup situation. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forth and speak in opposition at this time? If not, we will allow a rebuttal from our presenter. You have time to sum up in up to 5 minutes to share a response to the opposition statement. No comment? Thank you. We will note that. Then we will close that part and we will return back to the council for your recommendation.
I move for unfavorable recommendation.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and second for unfavorable. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Okay, Mr. Woody, would you call the roll?
We have clarification.
Okay, point of order, they would like to have clarification of your motion, and then?
And the interpretation.
Okay.
The motion on the floor is for an unfavorable recommendation on both the annexation into the city as well as the LB district.
So that is not what we had discussed earlier in the
No,
committee.
that's still it.
Right, but it's changed.
Right, the recommendation on the floor is that you send it unfavorably as opposed to favorably.
And that's the rezoning plus the fiscal plan annexation?
No, this is just the annexation and the rezoning. The fiscal plan is a separate resolution that'll be held under the resolution section.
We have another question on the motion, Councilwoman Shea.
Attorney, Kansky, just for point of clarification, Bill 8211 is simply just the rezoning request to LB. Bill 1206 is the special exception, correct?
Bill 8211 is twofold. One, it would bring the property which is currently in the St. Joseph County into the city of South Bend city limits, and then Section 3 of the proposed ordinance would amend the zoning classification to LB.
But separately, the special exception is a separate
Special
bill.
exception is a separate resolution also held later.
1206.
Right.
Okay.
But the motion on the floor is to send the bill unfavorably to the full council.
Am I allowed to ask, is that different? I know what we discussed this afternoon, that's a different resolution than I thought we decided in the council meeting. In the committee meeting, we had come to a different conclusion.
There were three separate ones in the committee.
Right.
This one is a combination of.
Right.
That's why it makes it a little bit confusing, so you're correct.
Right.
Just for a point of order, if the council is concerned about what the remonstrators were stating with regard to the classification, the type of zoning district that you're going to, you have the ability as the city council to strike that part of the bill and just bring it in as an annexation. But the motion on the floor is to send the entire bill unfavorably.
That's why I made it. No. Okay, Mr. Wardy.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Think about it. Mr. Henry Davis?
Nay.
Mrs. Shea?
Nay.
Dr. Furlick?
No.
Dr. Varner?
Nay.
Vice President Davis?
Nay.
Councilmember White?
Nay.
Mr. Furlick?
Nay.
President Dieter?
Aye.
7 nays, 2 ayes.
Okay, so therefore we need
Another motion to send the full council with a favorable recommendation? Or?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
so he's still working on his motion.
Substitute bill.
Are you finished?
Substitute bill. Motion, are we allowed to make a motion to annex the property and then vote separately on, you said we can split the two.
You can split the two, but you would have to have the motion first to, for instance, if you wanted to come in residential, you would have to delete Section 3 and renumber Section 4 to Section 3.
Can you just say so moved to what do you say that?
You may.
So moved. Thank you. Now we need a second.
Second.
In all fairness, can we, in clarification, because if it's not going to be adopted, bringing it in as residential would probably be unfair to the person who purchased the property who already has a commercial zoning. So would it not be better to offer a chance for the gentleman to withdraw? Or, I mean, I don't think we've been in this situation.
There is not a penalty if you would defeat a annexation rezoning. We no longer have that penalty of a wait, a period of time that you have to wait to refile. a better motion perhaps, and again, I defer to the Area Plan Commission, are we still within our 90-day window?
Oh, hold one sec. Get this one up.
I believe the petitioner did waive the 60-day window with regard to your special exception, and that's already a record with the city clerk's office, but I'm not... January 19th.
January 19th, so until April 19th. Yeah.
So,
Move to continue until April 9th. Send back to committee. Second.
Is it moved to move back to the committee until April 9th? It's been second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. It's okay to move this back. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. I understand why. I got you. You smart. Okay. Mr. Roy, would you please read the resolution, Bill 0912, and for the second reading.
Public hearing on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending various sections of Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the South Bend Municipal Code by the inclusion of new provisions addressing gender identity and sexual orientation.
Okay, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Personnel Finance Committee had a public hearing on the Bill 912 this afternoon. When it comes to council, it was 3-to-1. No recommendation.
Okay.
just a point of order, in light of the fact that we didn't go through the time restrictions, I'd like to just briefly, for the audience, give a brief summary. After Mr. Vorty, who's our city clerk, reads the title, a committee report will then be given. This bill was sent to the Personnel Finance Committee. Immediately after that, Mr. Gavin Froelich, one of four of the presenters of the Common Council, will make the formal presentation. This period of time will be untimed. It's unlimited. If there are any preliminary questions of the city council members, the council members have the right to ask any of the presenters questions at that time, but questions only. They cannot make statements. Immediately after that, Councilmember Davis will begin the public portion of the meeting. This portion of the meeting is where persons who wish to speak will be timed. You have a maximum of 5 minutes per person. We do require that you give your name and address for the record. And immediately after you've closed your remarks, there is a piece of paper, hopefully several, where you can print your name and address so that we have it correctly listed in the minutes. If there are formal presenters in opposition, they will also have an untimed period to make their presentation. Immediately after that, any people that wish to remonstrate against the bill also have to give their name and address. And again, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Immediately after you're through with your presentation, we would also like you to sign the document so that we have your name and address correctly into the minutes. If the presenters that speak in favor of the bill talk less than 30 minutes, the remonstrators will be guaranteed a 30-minute period, the longer of the two for the remonstrators. Immediately after that, a rebuttal period will be given to Mr. Froelich, and that period of time is a maximum of 5 minutes. During that period of time, this is not a debate period. Any questions or concerns that are raised, the presenters have the opportunity to address those questions. Immediately after that, the public portion would be closed, and Councilmember Davis and the chair will then have each member who wishes to ask questions or make comments on the bill have the right to speak once. After that, after every council member has had the right to make their presentation, they can again be called upon for a second time. If there are any additional questions that you have, we did have some brochures, and hopefully, if there are questions, just let us know, and we'll attempt to address those. But those will be the governing guidelines.
Who will be taking time?
It's usually our first district council member.
I can do that.
All right.
It's my first time? Yes.
All right, Council Attorney, just in regards to I have like 14 questions. Would you like that after all the public hearings, or do you want that during the process of? I think it would be best at the end.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sure. Yeah, whatever you'd like to ask.
And again, this is the unsigned portion that Mr. Froelich will begin.
Sure. Mr. Gordy, are you going to read the...
Yes, we have to read the title first, then...
9:12, public hearing on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending various sections of Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the South Bend Municipal Code by the inclusion of new provisions addressing gender identity and sexual orientation.
Okay, to our presenter, of course, we already had our committee report. And our presenter, could you state your name and your address, and then go ahead and give your presentation?
Sure. Gavin Furlick, 1610 Cedar Street, South Bend, Indiana. Would like to first thank my co-sponsors, Tim Scott, Valerie Shea, Dr. Furlick, for their support in crafting this bill, and also thank Councilman Oliver Davis for his work in the past promoting equal rights for all of South Bend's residents. The purpose of this bill focuses on prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. To address the concern of Human Rights Commission, which receives report of such discrimination, to ensure all citizens are treated equally, and to underscore that South Bend is a modern, welcoming city that values diversity, providing a competitive advantage in the global marketplace. Economic research indicates a strong correlation between high-tech job growth and a tolerant, welcoming community. If our goal in this community is to attract young, well-educated persons, this bill would be a positive step towards that. As was in the committee meeting earlier today, the format of this presentation will be laid out to address some concerns raised by council members and making sure we can hopefully address all the questions that have been presented. First, enabling legislation. What allows the South Bend City Council to do this? Indiana Code, Chapter 22, Civil Rights Enforcement. It is the public policy of the state to provide an equal opportunity for all of its citizens. Also, Home Rule, Indiana Code, Chapter 36, gives South Bend all powers needed to effectively govern as to its own local affairs. Finally, case law. Similar legislation has never been overturned in the state of Indiana. Next, we have questions, is there evidence of discrimination? For this, I'd like to invite Dr. Catherine Pittman to speak on this issue.
Dr. Catherine Pittman, I'm a clinical psychologist, and my address is 2628 Summit Ridge Drive, South Bend, Indiana. Let me start by thanking you once again for listening to the information that I'm going to present, and thank the council members, especially those of you who have heard about this current legislation for many years, and we've gone over this information with you before, so I appreciate your patience on this issue. Evidence of discrimination against individuals on the basis of their sexual orientation or gender identity is available from a variety of sources. In your packet, you were provided with a summary of such sources, and I will briefly review the information here. We refer to state agencies first. If we turn to other Midwestern states that have been collecting data on such discrimination, we find that the Illinois Department of Human Rights has reported that in 2009, 2010, and 2011, 143, 125, and 165 charges of employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity were filed. In Iowa, in 2009, 2010, and 2011, 35, 124, and 88 reports were filed. This gives you evidence that individuals in these states are seeking assistance for discrimination. What about in Indiana? Because Indiana does not have a statewide policy of investigating discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity, we must look to cities in which such investigation has taken place. And in particular, Indianapolis, we choose that because their equal employment process is very similar to the legislation we're trying to pass. In Indianapolis, Maxine Russell, the Chief of Equal Opportunity in Indianapolis, reports that records indicate that in 2009, they had 5 reports of discrimination. In 2010, 10 reports. In 2011, they had 8 reports. What specifically about South Bend? Well, obviously, there's no agency that's accepting and acting upon reports of such discrimination. That's the issue that we're asking the council to act upon. But in 2005, in a joint research project between St. Mary's College and IU South Bend, a study of such discrimination was carried out and presented to the South Bend Common Council. In this study, 25 cases of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity were reported. The discrimination reported occurred across a variety of categories, including housing, employment, accommodations, with employment discrimination being the most common. A summary of this research project was included in your packet. To briefly summarize, individuals reported being denied open positions because they were gay, being kept from advancement, and being terminated as a result of their orientation or identity. A climate of fear was clearly depicted. A lesbian mother feared her children would be treated differently if she was out. A business owner feared property damage if the business was identified as gay-friendly. A woman driving her car with a gay pride bumper sticker was followed by individuals shouting obscenities. And even individuals who are not gay are often the victims of harassment because even being perceived as gay can lead to discrimination. Now, we have received some criticism from the opposition because we have not conducted other studies since this time and because they have criticisms of the study that we conducted before. One criticism they raised about the study we conducted before was that we were simply collecting reports of discrimination and no one had adjudicated the cases and determined if those cases were indeed cases of discrimination. The problem is we don't have any body that can do such adjudication, and that's what we're asking for the bill to pass. Secondly, you may ask us why we haven't carried out further research on this process and tried to look into continuing cases of discrimination. And I think you know why we haven't carried out that additional research. You will remember that just earlier this evening, Mr. Mangan reported that he personally went to the businesses and the individuals who were identified in the records that we provided the Common Council and spoke to those people, putting them in further danger of discrimination and raising issues with their employers and with the companies. So we have since that time not been able to conduct any further research without having to tell people that they are putting themselves in a situation where we cannot guarantee the confidentiality of the information. So as a social scientist, I have not been able to carry out any more research because I can't promise the people I'm interviewing that their information will be kept confidential. And I want to say that the Common Council, to my knowledge, has never misused that information, but it has been our opposition that has. So we are not going to conduct further studies because of that reason. So that's what I wanted to say. But since that study was conducted, individuals have come to the Common Council during privilege of the floor, and in individual meetings, they have shared with council members their experiences of discrimination. And many of you have heard those stories personally and sat down with people. South Bend Equality is aware of even more reports of discrimination than the Common Council has heard. But individuals are unwilling to publicly state their experiences out of fear of reprisals and further discrimination occurring. As long as there is no recourse for individuals who experience discrimination, it will be very difficult to obtain an accurate estimate of the amount and the nature of the discrimination occurring. And our estimates of how much discrimination is occurring probably underestimate the amount of discrimination that occurs in our community. Another source of evidence for discrimination occurring on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity is the Human Rights Commission. 7 years ago, in 2005, the Human Rights Commission made a statement that they were aware that GLBT individuals were being mistreated, and they asked the Common Council to investigate the issue and work to create a remedy. You have a copy of their statement in your materials. In the years since 2005, individuals have continued to come to the Human Rights Commission with reports of discrimination that the HRC is unable to investigate. In letters from Lonnie Douglas, the director of the HRC, who's with us tonight, and Penny Hughes, the current president of the HRC, who's also here, the continuing reports of discrimination are noted, and both of those letters are in your records. Furthermore, members of the Human Rights Commission, as well as the director, Lonnie Douglas, have expressed concern about their inability to investigate these reports, and they have encouraged and continue to encourage the Common Council to enable them to investigate these reports by passing legislation such as the bill you are now considering. Most of the reports received by the HRC have focused on employment discrimination, but there's also evidence that mistreatment of the GLBT community begins in our schools. Across the nation, in our schools, gay teens have to deal with harassment on a daily basis. Research published in the journal Counseling Today indicated that teens hear anti-gay slurs at a rate of over 20 times per day. It's not surprising that according to the journal Pediatrics, GLBT students are more likely to skip school due to their fear, due to threats, and due to vandalism just directed against them. But how are we to ask our teens to treat each other fairly when we don't hold adults in the community to the same standards? In summary, there is evidence that in our nation, in nearby states, in our state capital of Indianapolis, in our own community of South Bend, individuals are reporting that they are discriminated against on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Individuals who experience such discrimination are not always gay. Straight individuals report discriminatory treatment when they are perceived as gay or when they associate with gay citizens. Gay employers may discriminate against straight employees, and straight employees have no recourse for that. So on the basis of this evidence, I hope you share my concern that individuals are facing discrimination in our community, and I hope you will take steps to remedy the situation by passing Bill 912. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Goodman. The next issue we need to address is whether or not this ordinance is the proper remedy. The intent of Bill 912 is to amend the South Bend Human Rights Ordinance to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, to provide remedies for such discrimination occurring within city limits, and to ensure equal opportunities for all South Bend citizens. I would like to ask Aladine DeRose to respond to a legal question related to, is the HRC the appropriate city agency to address discrimination? And the question is, does the council have the authority to pass this legislation, and can the city enforce the legislation once passed? If you would please introduce yourself.
Good evening, members of council. I'm Aladine DeRose, interim city attorney. My office is on the 14th floor of this building. Mr. Furlick correctly addressed the ability of the Common Council by law to pass this ordinance, and it arises both under Home Rule and under the Civil Rights Act, Indiana Civil Rights Act. And very recently, the Indiana Supreme Court reiterated that unless there's an express prohibition against a local body acting, then the local body has the power to act. The South Bend Human Rights Commission is uniquely positioned to hear claims of discrimination. The South Bend Human Rights Commission has a reputation within the city of South Bend, the state of Indiana, and indeed throughout the country as one of the finest local organizations for investigating charges of discrimination. Our director, Lonnie Douglas, is known throughout the country as someone who knows the law, who is forward-looking, and who runs a very effective organization, and I might say with very few staff. The commission what the commission does quite effectively is to conciliate claims of discrimination. Remember, the policy of the city of South Bend is not just to protect all persons from discrimination within its limits, it's also to protect from unfounded charges of discrimination. And therefore, that's what the Human Rights Commission does is it investigates a claim. It makes sure that the claim is not unfounded and that there is, in fact, discrimination. The other thing the commission does very effectively is conciliate cases It's a form of mediation that results in 90% of the cases that go to the commission, results in a resolution that's agreeable to everyone. I might also point out to the members of the council, as you know, for the past almost 3 years, the city of South Bend has been under an executive order that prohibits discrimination based upon sexual orientation and sexual identity within the city, that is in the hiring and in the employment practices of the city. We're one of the largest employers in the county, 1,100 employees, and over the past nearly 3 years, we've had no claims at all of discrimination. I think this remedy lies appropriately and effectively with the South Bend Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
And please, just for purposes, after the different statements, please no clapping afterwards, whether it's for or against, so we can continue. After your presentation, then we'll have questions from the council. So those of you in the council, please write down your questions, and we'll continue.
The next question that was addressed to the sponsors of this bill was, is this ordinance enforceable? The simple answer is yes. Similar communities all across the state and all across the country, but let's focus on the state. Similar communities across the state have passed similar ordinances, and all of these ordinances have been enforceable. In particular, the city of Indianapolis has passed an ordinance, and South Bend crafted its legislation on this Indianapolis ordinance. I would invite Sheila up to speak regarding that ordinance, and I'll ask a couple questions. The first is, are you aware of any state statute or case law that supports the assertion by opponents of this measure that the council lacks the authority to enact it? And the second question is, are you aware of any litigation challenging the Indianapolis ordinance, this one is patterned after?
Thank you. I think. My name is Sheila Kennedy. I teach law and public policy at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. I reside at 1537 Carrollton Avenue in Indianapolis. And among prior service that I have rendered, I was the corporation counsel for the city of Indianapolis during the HUD-NET administration. So I am familiar with municipal law. The Indianapolis ordinance, which evidently is 7 years old now, was passed with a great deal of support from our business community for some of the same reasons that the counselor has suggested. The ability to generate employees, bring young, talented employees to town is something that was one of the desired outcomes of our particular legislation. Your ordinance patterns itself after the ordinance that was passed in Indianapolis. We have had no challenges to that ordinance. I'm aware of no challenges to any other of the ordinances that have been passed by other municipalities in Indiana. Certainly no challenges that had suggested a lack of capacity to enact these measures, and no challenges to the ability to enforce these measures. Whether there has been litigation on other issues arising, that is a different issue, and I believe earlier the opponents suggested that there had been a couple of cases, but as I understand those cases, they were irrelevant to the questions that were posed. Those questions are, do you have the authority under Indiana law to pass such a measure? And I absolutely agree with the prior speaker that you do. Are these measures enforceable? Yes, they are. Have they been challenged elsewhere? Not to my knowledge. Thank you.
Please.
I don't think the memo for the folks outside is we're holding applause. Actually, no applause ever during the meeting. The final question we'd like to address is relates to religious freedom. And would this infringe on anyone else's religious freedom? First, our ordinance contains an exemption for religious organizations. However, neither the Seventh Circuit nor the U.S. Supreme Court has struck down a municipal anti-discrimination ordinance on the grounds that it violates the First Amendment. And I'd like to bring Aladdin back up again to ask the question of, is there any legal basis for the claim that this legislation would impinge upon the right of people to exercise religious beliefs? Oh, I'm sorry, Sheila. Either one.
The question was whether this ordinance will violate the religious beliefs of people whose belief structure leads them to believe that gay and lesbian people are not equal, essentially. The ordinance contains a very similar exemption for religious organizations, which, by the way, I think is not only entirely appropriate, but mandated by the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment. Any religious organization or church is not bound by the terms of this anti-discrimination measure. And I think earlier, the attorney, whose name right now escapes me, who answered, Mr. Ho, was that? Yeah, his answer to the question was absolutely correct. We have a system of generally applicable laws, so that, to use a really silly example, but one that I will share, if your particular religion requires you to sacrifice your firstborn, no matter how sincere your belief that that's what God wants, you can't do that. I grant that's a silly example, but it does point to the fact that government does intervene when we act upon beliefs that are inimical to the common good. So if I, as an employer who has put an ad in the local paper, I'm looking for a person who can help me build my widgets, if I have a belief that African American people are inferior, or that women should be home in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant, or that gay people ought not be employed, if this law is passed, I can't do that anyway with respect to race and gender. But what this measure would do is say, no, you cannot refuse to serve someone in your restaurant because they look gay. You cannot fire somebody who has been doing a good job because you just discovered that they live with a same-sex partner. No matter how sincere your belief is, that the courts have consistently said the government may do. And to the extent that it does not allow me to either sacrifice my firstborn or deprive a gay person of a job, to the extent that impinges upon my personal religious or political or moral beliefs, the law says that government can do that. What government may not do is direct religious organizations or churches to hire or fire or act in other ways that are inconsistent with their theology. That cannot be done. But in my legal opinion, the language of the exemption in this ordinance respects and recognizes that limitation and respects the theological beliefs of people in those organizations.
Thank you again, Sheila. Finally, in conclusion, we'd just like to state again that this bill does not allow discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Discrimination, unfortunately, in our community does occur. The Common Council is empowered to pass legislation to protect all city residents, and Bill 912 is a reasonable and enforceable step towards eliminating discrimination in the city of South Bend. Thank you, and is it time for questions?
It is time for questions from the council. President Duda.
I've got several, and again, before I do, I will thank Catherine Alladine and Gavin for all the work you put in.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions here, I have more questions, so please don't consider these condescending or anything.
That's
I've got a lot of serious information I want to ask, and I guess I'll first start with Catherine. You can answer. In regards to the Indianapolis ordinance, which was 7 years ago, I believe, some of the data you had talked about, we have in part of our packet a memo from Alladine from 2010, and it talked about Indianapolis in 2008, 2009, and 2010, and I think you said in 2011 they had 11 reported instances earlier in the year.
I don't have it in front of me, but I trust you.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Out of that, do you know, because the information I have in 2008, there were 6 complaints, 2 were settled, 1 was withdrawn, 1 was denied due to statute of limitations, and the other 2 had no reasonable cause. In 2009, there were 4. 1 was withdrawn, failure to cooperate, and 3 had no reasonable cause. It doesn't have the data for 10 and 11, but my point is this the complaints and the information and the feedback that I'm trying to consume, is it due to the ordinance, or is it due to there isn't a problem with people needing to report this?
Well, I think that what we have to do is probably talk about each case individually, but I think Alladine made the point that what's going to happen is when someone makes a report of discrimination, that doesn't mean that report is going to be found to have a valid cause. That it gives people an opportunity. Right.
Okay, and then you said earlier that Ronnie and they had received complaints. Did they have a number of the complaints they received?
Actually, we've been commented several times on the staff that they have. They are not going to keep records of something they're not allowed to investigate in any way. So no, they're not keeping records.
That should be important to the council.
It's important to me, but I respect the human.
If they're saying that people are coming to them and they've had these allegations, don't you think we can chalk off 1, chalk off 2, chalk off 3? So when you come to us and say there was 40 allegations or there was 2, I think that's very important information that we should know. And if they're not keeping track,
I would like nothing better than to have the Human Rights Commission keep track of the cases of discrimination. They're just not empowered to do that. So
I would think that an issue as important as this to everybody here, that certainly someone can keep a little running tab of, hey, when someone comes through the door, we have a stack of things that we can't do because this is an important issue. So
that's what I'm hoping happens when this bill passes.
That's what I would like to see if you're coming to us and ask us to pass legislation and we don't have a number because they're not collecting it. That's a problem. So, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions?
I've got one more.
Then we'll come back to you with that. Go ahead.
No, I don't have it.
Okay, anybody else?
I was pointing at him.
No, then we come back. Go ahead.
Just a quick one for Alladine. Who I respect and is a great attorney and everything. I just have one. In regards to the memos that you are sending to us, is it on behalf of the Attorney for Human Rights or behalf of the City Attorney for South Bend?
It was the provision of information in response to direct questions that were asked. And I think as I provided the information, it probably encompasses all of that.
Right. But it's similar to I hate to get into the Family Dollar thing, but if you're representing the city, there's the city administration, everybody's going to have to weigh in on this. And if some of your opinions are coming on that, which is very good we need to get more information and so on, or is it coming from the attorney of human rights? Or is it...
I think what I was at, and it's probably in the direct context of the questions that I was asked to address, and those questions were, they had to deal with what is a minority group, how is that defined? That was one question. The second question was the power.
The enforceability, which in the end would fall under the city attorney's office, are you answering the questions coming back to us in the memos as the person who would be issuing the statements for the city, or is it the human rights?
Probably both, but as attorney for the Human Rights Commission, I'm particularly sensitive to how cases develop, how they are litigated through that process, and I'm very familiar with how it works. So I think that most of my answers were based on an idea of how the process would work as applied to this minority group. within the Human Rights Commission.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? Right. Thank you. At this time, we would like those to come before us who speak in favor.
Just sending now?
Pardon? We're gonna, it's approximately 8:21. We'd like for everyone, whether you work for the city or anybody else, please state your name, your home address, and your thoughts. And you have up to 5 minutes? Okay. Name, home address, and up to 5 minutes. And Mr. Scott? Whatever you would like for your office to do is possible, and because for the sake of time, the council has asked me to share. If you have heard somebody state some of the same issues that you have shared, if you don't have too much new information, please consider yourself already being heard and noted, and we do have heard your concerns. Okay? Name. You need a time.
Mr. Mayor, are you part of the formal presentation or a member?
No, he's part of the...
No, I'm speaking as a member of the public.
Okay. Because they want to do a formal thing. Just for the record, after everybody who proceeds, who will speak in favor, there will be a formal opposition presentation, and then those who want to speak in opposition, we will hear you. What we will do is after our time that we've heard those who have spoken in favor, we will take basically a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll hear those who have opposition. So we want to run it all together. All right? So therefore, again, please state your name, your home address, and your thoughts.
Thank you. My name is Pete Buttigieg. I'm the mayor of South Bend. I live at 107 West North Shore Drive. I can remember the first time I gave any serious thought to the issue of workplace discrimination on sexual orientation. I was on the road from Baghdad International Airport into the city, and sitting next to me in that up-armored SUV was a coworker, probably the most decorated former service member I've ever known. Among other things, he had a Silver Star for valor in combat in Afghanistan. We were working then as civilian economic advisors. This coworker was the picture of competence, courage, toughness, level-headedness, and professionalism. It came up at one point in passing that he happened to be gay. And as he reviewed procedures as I was going for my first time into a hot war zone, I remember being glad to have such a talented and competent coworker, and marveling that his former employer, the United States Air Force, might have fired him had they found out that he was gay. I was glad that my firm had a non-discrimination policy, and was more glad later on when the U.S. military followed the lead of corporate America and did away with that kind of discrimination. And most of the issues we deal with here in this body are more like the zoning ordinances. They tend to be parochial, they tend to be local, they tend to be technical. But occasionally there's an issue like this that comes across that divides people of good faith against one another along very deeply felt lines. I've heard from hundreds of people on both sides of this question, people raising concerns that are clearly heartfelt, clearly sincere. The vast majority of them have been presented very respectfully, and I think all of them deserve to be taken seriously. But ultimately, this is about something very simple. Is it or is it not acceptable to discriminate against employees for reasons not related to their job performance? The answer, in my view, and that of most Americans, is no. According to Gallup, 89% of Americans believe that gay employees should be protected from being unfairly fired. 89%. Cities have been moving in this direction for longer than I've been alive. Not just big coastal cities like New York or Los Angeles, but places like Tucson, Atlanta, Peoria, Carbondale. Minneapolis did this in 1975. Louisville did it in the 90s. Scranton, Akron, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Harrisburg, 162 cities in all have these provisions that include sexual orientation and gender identity. Iowa City did this almost 20 years ago, and we have not heard of a collapse in family values in Iowa City. Kalamazoo, right up the road, did this A lot of people here go to Kalamazoo frequently. I don't hear about widespread confusion over who is supposed to use which bathroom in Kalamazoo. Our own state capital, Indianapolis, did this in 2005, and no court has overturned that law or the others that I mentioned. In the economy that I am trying to lead our city to, it is very, very important that hardworking, high-performing employees do not live in fear of being mistreated or discriminated against or fired just because of their sexual orientation. These employees expect nothing more or less than something that most of us take for granted, to be judged by job performance. Nothing special about that. This is a test of how well we handle diversity in our community. And in today's economy and today's competition for talent, if we fail that test, if we remain outside the American mainstream any longer, South Bend could be typecast as a prejudiced and backward-looking community, and our economic comeback will be that much harder to bring about. We have been debating this in our community for the better part of a decade. I am convinced that future generations will be embarrassed to learn that once upon a time it was legal in this city to fire somebody simply because they were gay. And in my ripe old age, I expect to be able to tell my own kids and my grandkids that I was there the night that the South Bend Common Council put this community on the right side of history. I do respect the sincerity of both sides, but for me also, this is a matter of conscience. And in accordance with my conscience, if you pass this bill, I will promptly sign it. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please refrain from all the clapping. Thank you.
My name is Abby Smith. I am the president of Intrigue Counseling, residing at 108 North Main Street in South Bend. Presently, I live at 2925 Creek Road in Niles, Michigan. I was born and raised in South Bend. My great-grandfather, Moses Wolfberg, came to the United States in 1885 because it became difficult for him to live under the harsh Russian regime as a Jew. He fled his community as a young man searching for a promising future. He found his way to this area, began his business in 1888, which went on to support 4 generations of Wolfbergs and generations of dedicated employees, some working for the business their entire work lives. Moses taught his son to treat people fairly, equally, and with respect, as that is the foundation of a successful business then and today. Future generations embrace these values as most of my family and extended family members own businesses in progressive cities in the United States and Europe. In 1955, my uncle began a law practice in the very building where I have Intrigue. He decided after a year to move his practice to Boston, Massachusetts, where he believed he could best use his skills as a graduate of Harvard Law School. My young adult children have a business in Chicago. All these progressive cities include protection for GLBT employees so their employees can focus on valuable skill sets rather than focus on fear. South Bend will continue to lose bright and creative people of all ages searching as well for a promising future if we do not, at the very least, remain sensible. Times are changing fast. My relatives, who actually were educated as children in South Bend, were not willing to give this community a chance. I did. I have learned to be committed to strategic and contemporary business practices in order to survive. Sustaining a business in 2012 in South Bend has nothing to do with sexual orientation or gender identity. I respect the family lives of the people who dedicate their work lives to Intrigue. Nevertheless, a day for a small business owner basically requires strategy and hard work. There is no time at the end of the day to be concerned about who loves who. I love South Bend. Yet, I have to ask myself, how long will this be viable? I wonder if we ought to be using this viable time discussing the parking, empty buildings, crime prevention downtown instead of this issue, because these are the real problems for a business owner attempting to attract talented people. The fact is, we are having this very important conversation again. And if necessary, hopefully not, The next generation will be even more dedicated to equality and basic human rights for all. We will all be winners in the end. Embracing diversity has been a part of the mission for Intrigue since 2002 when I entered the business community. Diverse clientele and diverse, dedicated professionals have been essential in keeping the doors open the last few years. I encourage you to support Bill 912.
Catherine Pittman, 2628 Summit Ridge Drive, South Bend, Indiana. I'm here before you today as a licensed practicing clinical psychologist, licensed in the state of Indiana, and I'm concerned that opponents of this legislation not only argue against Bill 912, but they also suggest that members of the GLBT community should seek treatment to change their orientation. This is something that came up earlier in people's presentations, and I'm sure you're going to hear it again. But this recommendation concerns me on two grounds. First, it reflects the fact that opponents do not have any intention to accept gay individuals as they are and welcome them into the South Bend community. This explains their protests against this bill. Second, the suggestion that GLBT individuals should seek what is called reparative therapy or conversion therapy in order to change their sexual orientation is counter to best practices in psychological treatment. These kinds of treatments are opposed by dozens of professional organizations. In your packet of information, you were provided with statements from a variety of professional organizations advising against these therapeutic approaches. These organizations include the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the National Association of Social Workers. I could go on. But why do these organizations oppose this type of therapy? Because the evidence is clear that sexual orientation is not a choice and that attempts to modify sexual orientation can have harmful effects. To define sexual orientation, because it does seem that this is something people are legitimately concerned and want to know about, it refers to an individual's feelings of attraction to an individual of a particular sex. According to the American Psychological Association, sexual orientation typically emerges in early adolescence without any prior sexual experience. In all honesty, the cause of heterosexuality and the cause of homosexuality, both, are still under investigation and thought to be a result of a combination of genetic, hormonal, and environmental factors. But we don't know the cause of left-handedness or depression either. Those are very complex processes. Heterosexuality, homosexuality, and bisexuality are normal variants of human sexuality, and actually they're normal variants of sexuality in many animal species. And although some individuals do attempt to change their orientation, there is no consistent evidence that such attempts are successful. In fact, therapeutic interventions may result in significant distress and increased depression in the individual, according to some studies. Now, this is not to say that an individual cannot change behavior. As we know, people can suppress a variety of behaviors, including sexual ones, or act in a specific way, even when they have feelings to the contrary. You can force a left-handed person to write with their right hand. That's not disputed, but it doesn't make the person right-handed. There's no proven way to change a person's orientation, the feelings of attraction toward a person of a specific gender. Sexual orientation for both straight and gay individuals is not a conscious choice or something that can be safely modified. I will note that the inclusion of bisexual individuals in studies and case reports does tend to result in findings that confuse the issue. By definition, bisexual individuals are those who feel attraction toward members of either gender, so it's much more likely that an individual who's bisexual would be successful in changing his or her behavior to eliminate behaviors based on same-sex attraction, but such a change in behavior doesn't mean the person's sexual orientation has changed. The person remains bisexual even when he or she is not acting on feelings of attraction. Opponents of this legislation appear before the council and argue you should continue to allow individuals to be discriminated against. Instead, they want you to encourage these citizens to seek treatment to change their orientation in order to change themselves, to satisfy the expectations that others have of them.
1 minute, Kevin.
I ask you to consider the views of the professionals who have studied human behavior and who are committed to providing care for those in need. They do not support reparative therapy, and they instead argue that we recognize gay and bisexual individuals as individuals entitled to respect, compassion, justice, equal treatment. I believe that Bill 912 would be a step in that direction, and I ask you to support it.
My name is Raul Jara, and I live on 1306 Chester Street, South Bend, Indiana. I am a researcher at the Institute for Latino Studies at Notre Dame, and I also serve as census representative for the Inter-University Program for Latino Research, which is a consortium of centers and institutes at 25 research universities across the country. Most of the people who have spoken publicly against 912 and similar bills presented in the past have represented themselves as members of the loving opposition. I know many in this room don't, but I do appreciate that they approach this question from the perspective of love. I think love is something that we should be ever mindful of. But sometimes the members of the loving opposition give the impression that the discrimination that is happening in our community comes from well-meaning individuals, enlightened, who are interested in providing moral instruction. But the simple fact is, even in our community, there is hate out there, not loving opposition, hate. And it has appeared in these very council chambers. I'm going to read now from the council meeting notes from the July 10th, 2006 meeting, the first meeting where a similar bill was presented. I apologize for the third person. I know it sounds odd, but these are the statements made by the individual in question. I won't mention his name to protect his privacy. He owns 2 houses in South Bend, and what the council proposes tonight would make him civilly liable for substantial damages and attorney's fees if he refuses to rent one of his houses to a homosexual. He is disgusted by homosexuality. He believes that there are few acts on the face of the earth that are worse than this. He equates this entirely with bestiality, incest, child molesting. All those are criminal acts. He sees no difference between homosexuality and these other criminal acts mentioned. He does not want to do business with these people. They are evil. That's just an excerpt, but you can look up the minutes for yourself if you wish. They're on page 28 if you're interested. I don't want to imply that everyone who has imposed this ordinance thinks the same way as that landlord. But whatever arguments anyone here makes tonight, I hope we can all agree that the sort of hate that I just read is wrong. Evicting somebody or denying them employment from their home based only on that kind of hate is wrong. Even those who count themselves among the loving opposition, especially those who count themselves among the loving opposition, must surely see that this sort of behavior, completely devoid of anything resembling love, is not the right way to be. But those who are opposed to this bill are implicitly arguing that that sort of behavior should be all right. It should be all right for employers and landlords to do serious harm to others just because they suspect that person is gay. It should be fine. And I'm sorry, but it's not. And it's time that our laws reflected the basic human decency it takes to see that that sort of ugly and senseless discrimination is wrong. Thank you.
My name is Tony Flora. I reside at 202 East Angela Boulevard, South Bend, 46617. I'm here tonight representing the North Central Indiana AFL-CIO Council, of which I am now the president. I was here 2 years ago, also speaking on behalf of the AFL-CIO, to express our support for the ordinance that was presented in 2010. The ordinance tonight is more than just employment discrimination. It reaches out to the entire range of our community and our social existence. As a union person, it is easy for me to walk away from this. Union people are protected at their workplaces because union people have a process in their workplace in which they cannot be discriminated against. They cannot have their employer come up to them and say, it's not the quality of your work I dislike, Jack, or it's not that our business has taken a downturn, Mary. It's just that I just don't like gay people, and I'm firing you for that. Without this ordinance, that is a legal act in the city of South Bend. That is unconscionable and unacceptable to us in the labor movement, not because it directly affects us, but because it affects all working people. And we speak not to just economic justice in a workplace, but justice outside the workplace. I have tonight a letter which I'd like to present, if I may approach, which is our basic statement. Thank you, Mr. Vorty. Our basic statement that indeed discrimination based on sexual orientation is fundamentally an inequality that we will no longer tolerate in our society. We've heard arguments from Mayor Pete about the necessity for an ordinance of this nature to move our community forward. There is something even more fundamental about this ordinance, about our basic community values. Tonight, Councilman Henry Davis came in wearing a hoodie. And he had that hoodie up when he came in. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you for reminding us that it's all too easy to think that somebody else is different, somebody else is the other, and that somebody else is not as human as we are. And therefore, that they have a different place in our society. We open this meeting tonight with an invocation. And regardless of your faith or your worldview, we all have invocations at meetings like this to affirm the universality of our humanity. That's why we're here. That's why we want this ordinance. Not just for economic development, so that we can be proud of the community we live in. And like Mayor Pete said, to say, tonight is the night that we take that step forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Penny Hughes. I live at 1918 Southern View Drive, South Bend, and I have been a landlady with my partner Jim for 35 years or so, 37 years, and a realtor for that long too. So I have an opportunity to run across a lot of people who have moved out of our city because of the atmosphere of the homophobia, and they just would rather work someplace where the city, they just feel more welcoming. Somebody said they didn't know of any of those people, and I just jotted down a few. The electrician that I knew that moved to Madison, Wisconsin, where they were very well accepted there. An IUSD professor also moved to Madison, Wisconsin. I knew a banker that moved to Dallas. Many, I could go on and on. When this bill, a similar bill came up before, I had a number of emails from people who said, thank you for standing up for our rights. And the one that stands out in my mind particularly was a woman who'd worked for her boss for 11 years, and he overheard her talking on the phone, making them to pick up her partner at the airport. They were going on vacation, and he came up to her and said, I overheard your conversation, I understand your lifestyle, and I don't approve of it, you're fired. There was nothing the woman could do because we don't have an ordinance. So anyway, I just thought I would share that with you. I heard numerous stories like that, and they were just really heartbreaking as I read them on the email. Everybody's talking about special rights. And is it wanting special rights to expect to be judged on your work performance rather than whom you love? Is it asking for special rights to be protected from denial of housing based on a landlord's perception of your gender identity or sexual orientation? We members of the Human Rights Commission don't think having a place to live or having a job is a special right. You on the Common Council have the opportunity to stand up to this form of discrimination and move our city forward by saying to employers and landlords that we as a city do not tolerate this form of discrimination against any of our citizens. We have seen how harmful it can be to allow anti-gay prejudice to go unopposed with the rise of bullying in schools and the high rate of gay teen suicides in our country. On the other hand, a recent study from Rice University has shown that the presence of anti-discrimination laws can only reduce discrimination in hiring and in housing. But, not only do that, but it can also lead to changes in informal and interpersonal behavior. As a Missoula, Montana woman explained about living under the protection of that city's 2010 ordinance, quote, "There's a little more of a sense of peace and calm knowing that the city has our back." Communities across the American heartland, from Kalamazoo, Michigan, to Omaha, Nebraska, to even Salt Lake City, Utah, have passed ordinances protecting GLBT citizens. As of June 2010, 21 states and 133 cities and counties had some form of protection for employees based on sexual orientation and gender identity. I go to conferences like this in Philadelphia, and we've been learning about sexual orientation, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and Fair Employment Practices agencies. And they're teaching us.
1 minute.
Okay. Adding sexual orientation and gender identity to our human rights ordinance will allow religious groups to honor their religious beliefs. Landlords in our community at the Real Estate Investors Association last Thursday, 47 of the members were present, and they all voted in favor of this. Not one person said they didn't like this to be in the bill. So we in the Human Rights Commission are merely asking for the right to investigate claims of discrimination, which may or may not be true. Not every claim is likely to be found valid. Perhaps poor work skills or failed terms of a lease will come out, but until we can investigate, we'll never know. The proposed ordinance will allow the Human Rights Commission to investigate cases brought to us to see if our citizens are being treated fairly, and I hope you will vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
I am Ann Puzello, 1247 East LaSalle. And of all the wonderful rights I receive as a citizen of the United States of America, the most important one to me is equality and equal opportunity for all. And I also love South Bend. I love South Bend very much. And I'd like to bring the two together because I think they're both very important, and it's important for South Bend. Tonight we're looking at employment, public accommodation, and housing. And none of those three, they're all civil rights that people of the United States enjoy. Equality in those areas. They have nothing, in my mind, to do with...
Down to your mouth.
Well, it doesn't...
There you go.
Oh.
From the mic down. Slip it. There you go.
Thank you. It doesn't have anything, it has to do with civil rights. It doesn't have anything to do with religion. It doesn't have anything to do with health. It doesn't have anything to do with my rights as a citizen alongside them. It has to do with equal rights and equal opportunity, and the freedom to live our lives as we choose, as long as our freedom does not hurt the freedom of others. And this most certainly does not. There is freedom from fear, and we cannot guarantee people this right, but we can do something to help GLBT people not have to fear being fired or being denied desired housing because of their sexual orientation. I am proud that South Bend is a 21st century city, and let's make it more of one by moving closer to equal opportunity for all. Thank you.
Honorable members of the council, good evening. I am Robert Joseph Hall, and I live at 2819 Dale Avenue in South Bend, and I'm speaking in favor of this bill, and I urge you to pass it unanimously. When the fundamental rights that each of us possesses are limited or denied, then it becomes necessary to specifically name and protect them. So it is with this bill that seeks to protect from unjust discrimination our fellow citizens who are in the minority because of their gender identity. This is not a matter of special rights. Each of us, by virtue of being a human being and a citizen of the United States, has the right to work in decent conditions without harassment or fear of losing our job because of who we are fundamentally as persons, or as we are perceived by others to be. Each of us has the right to live safely in our home without the fear of being evicted because of who we are as God made us. Each of us has the right to participate in the public social life of our community fully as ourselves, without fear of harassment or persecution. These are fundamental and inalienable rights. Persons of differing gender identities in our community have experienced attacks on these rights and continue to live in fear of persecution. Therefore, it is necessary to specifically protect their rights by empowering the Human Rights Commission to represent GLBT persons. Some have said that the definitions are vague or that it is inappropriate for South Bend to legislate in this area. When it comes to protecting the rights of citizens, the Constitution is, of course, the fundamental base on which we stand. The U.S. Constitution protects individual rights, and local governments may not diminish or infringe those rights. Local governments may, however, pass measures that are more protective. The Constitution is a floor, not a ceiling. Similarly, the State Civil Rights Act sets out minimum protections, and municipalities are free to be more protective, not less. Opposition to this bill has also been concerned about the legality of it and about the problems implementing it. As the South Bend Tribune editorial for today has said, these problems don't appear to have emerged in other communities that have adopted similar messages. And the Tribune continues, Bill 912 attempts to address concerns by those who oppose the bill because of their beliefs by exempting religious organizations. Now is the time to pass this amendment to the Human Rights Ordinance. It is the moment to send a positive message to the people of our city and the region that South Bend values the contributions of each of its citizens and acts to ensure a just and equitable community for all. I urge you to pass this bill unanimously.
Hi, Mary Porter, 5281 Woodridge Drive in South Bend. And first, I had a spontaneous thought, yes. Mr. Dieter, you had a question, which I think was a good one, about if Indy and these other places had this ordinance and then they investigated these claims and not many were, led to a lawsuit or led to something bad happening, does that mean the law was unnecessary? I would say it might be similar to this. If there's an area where people are speeding by, lots of people speeding, then if you make a law, hey, you can't go above 30 miles an hour in that zone, chances are there'd be many fewer people who decide to go above 30 miles per hour in that zone. They know this the law. Oh, that's a law. I'll respect it. And some people, of course, will break the law, but now that it's posted, we can't do this anymore. Likely that would be an explanation of why few of those instances of discrimination were actually found to be valid. Anyway, I'm here today to speak in favor of equality. Over the past few weeks and even today, I've heard and seen a lot of misinformation floating around. People are saying that if we pass this bill, then lawyers' fees will be through the roof, small businesses will be harmed, and honest people will be turned into criminals. These are arguments that, understandably, would get people concerned. I'd be concerned too if there were any truth to them. But the fact is that Bill 912 is actually a small amendment to a piece of legislation that has been protecting people in South Bend from discrimination for more than 40 years. The Human Rights Commission, the organization charged with upholding South Bend's anti-discrimination laws, has a process that respects the rights of everyone involved. When they do find evidence of discrimination, the cases almost always end in mediation, not court battles. To correct some of the misinformation out there and to reassure those who do have concerns, I'm going to briefly walk through the process that a person goes through in filing a case of discrimination. All of this information is available on the Human Rights Commission's webpage, and I encourage you to look through it yourself. First of all, if someone feels they have been discriminated against in the city of South Bend, they may make contact with the commission. The first thing a staff member will do is make sure the charge of discrimination falls within the jurisdiction of the commission. They make sure the alleged discrimination happened within the city of South Bend, happened within 90 days, so that past events aren't being constantly fought over. And if the alleged discrimination is about employment, the staff person makes sure the employer has at least 6 employees so that very small businesses are not burdened at all by the legislation. If all of those thresholds are met, then the commission can investigate. They interview the parties involved, they may interview some other witnesses, and they may request to see documents. If they don't find evidence of probable cause, they'll dismiss the charges and the process goes no further. If they do find evidence of the alleged discrimination, there is a conciliation process. And another term for this is mediation. All the parties sit down and steps are recommended that would address the discrimination. If both parties agree, that is the end of the process. And then if and only if the parties aren't able to agree about the steps to be taken, then the commission will call a public hearing at which testimony under oath is heard, a decision rendered, and a legally enforceable order is issued. This is the first time in the entire process that anything involving a legal decision has come up. Also, please note that this is considered an administrative procedure and not, I repeat, not a criminal procedure. Cases rarely even get this far, but when they do, the decision can still be appealed in court. I'll use 30 seconds. The Human Rights Commission does its best to respect everyone's rights, including those that are accused of discrimination. It has a process that is specifically designed to keep the lawyers out of it, and it has been helping our city without harming business for over 40 years. There's nothing to fear from adding sexual orientation and gender identity to the list of things you can't discriminate about. This is the form you would use, just a quick, small form here. All that Bill 912 will do is add 2 boxes to this form, so you can check it for sex or national origin or religion or sexual orientation, gender identity if this bill is passed, and that is all the bill would do. All this bill would do is make South Bend a more fair and welcoming place, and I do hope you pass it unanimously. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm short. Hi, my name is Stacey Davis. I live at 304 Runaway Bay Circle, 3B in Mishawaka, and I would like to point out that Mishawaka does not have a Human Rights Commission, so that if we have a problem, we have to come to South Bend, so this does matter to me. I choose to try to live as a follower of Jesus. I happen to be straight. I am a professional Bible scholar, and I support the proposed amendment to the Human Rights Ordinance for 4 reasons. First, it's inclusive. While the amendment is regularly characterized, and I quote, as special rights for homosexuals, end quote, this is simply not the case. The amendment will allow straight folks like me and Mr. Minion to file a complaint with the Human Rights Commission if we happen to be discriminated against due to our sexual orientation. Isaiah 56:1 says, and I quote, maintain justice and do what is right, end quote. It does not say do those things for some privileged people only. This leads to my second point. Opponents of the ordinance want, and I quote, to preserve the legitimate constitutional rights of all citizens, end quote, specifically the rights of religious freedom. Religious freedom, however, does not mean one particular interpretation of Christianity. The reason we have a First Amendment is so that one belief about God or the Bible cannot be privileged over another. As a proud history major, I ask all of you to think back to your grade school history classes. The colonists came to the New World so they could worship in their own way. There is a religious exemption in the proposed ordinance. So those religious organizations and employers for whom certain sexual orientations are an issue remain free to live out their conscience, and they will be able to do so without repressing the conscience of religious people for whom none of this is an issue. Third, there is no consensus even among Christians regarding the theological implications of sexuality. As a professor of Hebrew Bible, I can tell you that there is no mention of homosexuality in the Bible, because there was no concept of sexual orientation in the ancient world, period. The Roman Catholic Catechism says this about gays and lesbians, and I quote, "They must be accepted with respect, compassion, and sensitivity. Every sign of unjust discrimination in that regard should be avoided," end quote. How is it respectful to give no recourse for discrimination in public accommodations for people whether they are straight, gay, or both? Finally, I offer a word about loving opposition. To tell people you love them, but oppose them being able to live as free citizens with the same rights and privileges that you have is inherently contradictory. As a Christian, I know only two things. I'm called to love God and my neighbor, and I cannot love the former without loving the latter. I also don't have to agree with you to love you. Leviticus 19:34 says as much, and I quote, "You shall love the stranger as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt," end quote. We love those who are different from us because we too are different in some way. As Fannie Lou Hamer concluded, "How can I hate another human being and hope to see God?" I do not claim that the opposition hates gays and lesbians. I'm pretty sure they don't. But the desire to keep them from the opportunity to use legal channels to address legal problems is not loving. Tyler Clementi's father put it this way, and I quote, "Just because you don't like them doesn't mean you have to work against them," end quote. I ask this council to work for all of us, regardless of what God or not we have and who we love or don't. Thank you.
I am Jeannie Tinley. I live at 50900 Country Knolls Drive in Granger. I work about 7 blocks from here, and I go to church in a different direction about 7 blocks from here. I'm here to answer some of the questions that I've heard that has been raised. My daughter came out a few years ago as a lesbian. I was confused, upset, and very much uninformed. I would have stayed that way, but I decided I had to move on. I had to get over it, and so I did. I learned the truth about homosexuality. I learned that what my church had taught me was not true, that modern theologians do not believe the same as theologians that wrote the Bible years and years ago. I see, by what I have seen, the council sometimes seems to be as confused as I was by the information that you have received. You can't stay this way because it's bad for South Bend. By not passing this amendment, you are losing some of your best young people. My daughter graduated from Clay High School. She graduated from Purdue. She has her master's degree. She's 28 years old. She has been very successful in law enforcement in Gary Hammond, East Chicago. She was an officer in the military for 10 years, and she now works for our federal government. She could live and work here if she wanted to, but she doesn't want to because you're not open. My other kids, who are not gay, are successful, and they live in Cincinnati, Dallas, and Austin. The taxes they pay and their community involvement would be an asset to South Bend, but that's never going to happen if we're not progressive. That's just the mindset of young people. My older brother spent his career bringing major businesses in the major cities on the West Coast. He looks at this issue as a major stumbling block to economic progress in South Bend. He says that cities are seen as lacking the ability to unify and be progressive by prospective businesses when they are stuck on issues like this. This vote has been a stumbling block for South Bend. I can tell you that I was sitting at my desk at work on Friday having told nothing about any of this, and I heard one of my coworkers in another office say, "What is going on? All we hear about in the news is this GLBT issue before the Common Council." And so I got up and I explained they're going to vote on adding this amendment to the Human Rights Bill. And her reply was, "Why can't people just get over it and move on. That's what we're asking, is everybody to kind of get over it and move on. Allow them to be protected, like you are protected and I am protected. They also need to be protected. You are definitely losing people in South Bend who could do a world of good here. The more progressive your people are here, the more business is going to want to come here. Business aren't going to look at you if you don't have progress, if you're stuck on little issues like this one. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Council members, I'm Mary Ann Chalstrom. I'm an ordained member of the United Methodist Church. My last position was district superintendent in the Kosciuszko, Marshall, and Whitley counties. My husband is a retired member of federal employees. And we live in South Bend by choice. We're retirees. We could go to Tucson or Phoenix or Orlando. We're in South Bend. Thank God we missed the snow this year.
And your address?
Thank you. 6103 South Bridgeton Lane, 46614.
Thank you.
And I'm here today because I stand in solidarity with the GLBT community and affirm Bill 912. And I've written to you, so. 30 years ago, I had a hard time getting a job because of my gender. So I get it about job discrimination. My husband and I want to live in South Bend. We like it here. We like the cultural advantages. We don't mind shoveling snow. But we want to live in a community that Mr. Furlick described as a diverse, modern, welcoming city. I've lived overseas in 2 other continents. I've lived in many other states. And I reject the idea of South Bend becoming or succumbing to a climate of fear. And so I urge your unanimous support of Bill 912. That underscores the need for justice and fairness for all citizens in this community. I believe this is a civil rights issue of our day for this generation. And I look forward to seeing us in this generation in South Bend on the right side of history on this issue. Thank you very much.
Council members, my name is Martha Carroll. I serve as pastor of Southside Christian Church, Disciples of Christ, here in South Bend, and I live at 638 East Ewing, 46613. As a pastor, it's important for me to take the time to listen to people. Over and over, I have heard people struggle to do the right thing, to make the right decision, to act with integrity. In that spirit, I expressed to a member of the opposition that his description of gay and lesbian people as promiscuous and immoral did not describe the members of the church that I serve, and that we had recently celebrated the anniversary of a couple, 2 women who had been together for 38 years now. He responded, well, that's the exception. Another couple, 2 men, have been together for 22 years. They met at Notre Dame as students. And another woman in our church jokes that her lesbian sister, who has been with her partner for 44 years, has a marriage that has outlasted her heterosexual one. This is not an exception in the world in which I live. It's the norm. I think it's important to note 2 things. One, others can despise us, talk about us, ridicule us, blame us, and accuse us of behavior that is immoral, perverted, or whatever words they choose to use. Such language is abusive and demeaning, insulting, and slanderous. But know this, much of what is said with a little thought for the harm that it causes are the same things my father used to describe black people when I was growing up. Prejudice is prejudice, and the arguments are the same, only the target changes. For instance, that old bathroom fear, we heard that back in the late 70s and early 80s during the campaign to pass the Equal Rights Amendment. But even further back, when I was a child growing up in Louisiana,
People were horrified at the idea of blacks and whites using the same bathroom. Isn't that amazing? And doesn't that show incredible ignorance about people? Failure to pass this bill gives credence to all stereotypical images that are destructive. In the majority opinion of Brown versus the Board of Education, Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren wrote that the climate created by discrimination resulted in harm that could never be undone. That young people living in such a climate were forever damaged by it. The climate here in South Bend is oppressive. Devin Smith, a straight woman and a graduate of Harvard Divinity School who received a doctorate from Notre Dame, moved away because she did not feel that this is a safe or welcoming community. I know people who remain closeted for fear of losing their jobs. Passage of this bill will address and give recourse to someone who loses a job based on sexual orientation only. The office manager of my church used to be the pretrial diversion director at the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office. She left that job after Mike Barnes left office and began working as a paralegal for a South Bend law firm. After working there for a year and receiving a good yearly evaluation and a raise, she was fired. Why? The boss overheard her speaking to her partner on the phone during their lunch break. She was away from her desk. The next morning he fired her, telling her bluntly he wasn't going to work with a lesbian. And still we hear the question, is there really discrimination here? There is. This is, make no mistake about it, the civil rights issue of our day. You disagree? John Becker wrote this week in an online newspaper, James Byrd Jr. murdered because he was black is every bit as dead as Matthew Shepard, who was killed because he was gay. I would add to that Tyler Clementi, who jumped off a bridge and killed himself after being outed by his roommate, and a friend who teaches at the University of Illinois in Chicago described to me a young student there, a transsexual who jumped to his death from scaffolding only 3 weeks ago. Walking while black or living while gay should not be a crime. All we are asking for is the right to take a grievance to the Human Rights Commission for a fair hearing and for the Human Rights Commission to act as mediators. A small thing, an important thing, a necessary and right and good thing. And of course churches are exempt. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Regina Williams Preston. When it came to I live at 838 North Elmer Street, South Bend, Indiana. When it came to my attention that our city had the opportunity to adopt a new non-discrimination policy that includes protection from discrimination for sexual orientation, frankly, I was surprised to learn that this was not already included in our city's definition of human rights. I identify as heterosexual, Catholic, African-American woman, happily married for 5 years. I'm a middle school teacher, and as such, I know the importance of affirming the experience of all students, no matter their race, ethnicity, gender, or sexual orientation. Yes, middle school students are struggling with issues of sexual identity, as evidenced by the rise in school bullying and recent high-profile suicides of children being targeted for being gay. In the school setting, we must protect all students' right to dignity. You may be surprised by the number of my students who have 2 moms or 2 dads. Even though they don't identify as GLBT themselves, they are directly affected and deeply scarred by discrimination against people based on sexual orientation. There are many voices calling for the elimination of bullying in schools. Well, we can talk to young people until we're blue in the face. But as any teacher can tell you, the transfer of knowledge is best done through experience and modeling. It starts with the adults. We have to stand up and say it is not okay to target people for humiliation or discrimination based on their sexual orientation. We have to do this through our own actions, the way we treat each other every day, but most importantly, through the law. We may not all agree that one's sexual orientation is a choice, But most everyone would agree that no matter our sexual identity, we are all human. And as human beings, we all deserve equal and fair treatment under the law. Any discrimination with regards to education, housing, or employment is wrong morally. We need to make all discrimination wrong legally. Over the course of history, the social evolution of human interaction has shown that laws change long before attitudes and actions. We write laws to guide our order and civility, but a change in the law doesn't bring about an immediate change of mind. Yes, we know change is a process. Start the process. Vote to make legal commitment to expand the scope of our non-discrimination policy to include sexual orientation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Fair. I live at 116 East North Shore Drive, zip code 46617. You've heard a lot of eloquent, passionate, persuasive statements here tonight, and as a young person here in South Bend and somebody who's involved both professionally and charitably in a lot of different organizations and with a lot of different events, I just wanted to share a very brief opinion that I hold in kind of the larger context of what this ordinance means for our community. So in order to be a progressive, innovative community with a flourishing climate of business, social, and cultural activity, we must be accepting and inclusive of all citizens to attract and retain the talented, creative people that can lead us to our ideal future. So, in the spirit of inclusiveness and acceptance, I ask that you pass Bill 912 tonight. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Melissa Stokely. I live at 910 East 4th Street in Mishawaka. I have a short statement to read from the NOW, the local chapter of NOW, it's National Organization for Women. We are committed to fighting discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity in all areas, including employment, housing, public accommodations, health services, child custody, and military policies. NOW is committed to educational efforts to combat the adverse effects of homophobia, promote positive images in the media, and ultimately ensure civil rights protection for all. NOW supports adding sexual orientation and gender identity to South Bend's Human Rights Ordinance. I also want to say that my name is Melissa, and tonight I'm not here because I'm black. I'm not here because I'm white. I'm not here because I'm straight or that I'm gay. I'm here because I'm a human being, and I think that we can all agree that human beings deserve total equality, and that should make your decision pretty simple. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marguerite Taylor. I live at 714 East Corby. This past fall, I was part of the delegation for the All-American City competition in Kansas City, Kansas. I can't tell you how happy I was that South Bend was designated an All-American City. I'm not gay. I'm not a lesbian. I'm not a transsexual. I'm a grandmother. That's why I'm a grandmother who loves South Bend. I am a sixth-generation Northeast neighbor. You know what? It's just the right thing to do. Please, you need to pass this law because it is the right thing. Just let me tell one other thing about the minister. I belong to a group called the United Religious Community. The president is a Baha'i. The vice president is a Jew. The secretary, the treasurer is a Catholic. And the secretary who doesn't take minutes is me. Now, how much more diverse can you get than that? South Bend is truly a welcoming city. It is the all-American city. You need to do the right thing.
Hi, my name is Derek McDowell. I live at 56321 Oak Road, South Bend, Indiana, 46619. First off, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on this council. I know you guys do a lot for this city.
I am the president of the Queer Straight Alliance, or QSA, at John Adams High School. I have served as the president of the QSA at our school for 3 years. Every year, our QSA, along with approximately 250 other students, participate in the National Day of Silence, honoring gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and queer students that have been silenced by bullies in our own community. In all the 4 years that I've been a part of this group at John Adams High School, we have not had only homosexual and transgender students report bullying because of their orientation or identity, but also heterosexual members who have been perceived to be gay, transgender, or just plain weird, and that support us. This discrimination and bullying needs to stop. I would like to ask you to look beyond just employment and housing rights, but what this bill can mean if it's passed. It'll give the students of our community the confidence to be in school. I've had to support many fellow students who have attempted suicide because of the discrimination they have faced. I don't want this to happen anymore. Our youth deserve to grow up in a welcoming and supportive community despite their sexual orientation and gender identity. I personally support the passing of Bill 912 in order to make our city a more welcoming place to youth who wish to build a future in our 21st century of South Bend City. Thank you.
I'm Sue Chestnut, 316 Parkovish here in South Bend, and that's a rough show to follow. I just have a couple of points to make. I am a lifetime resident. I was born at Memorial. I went to the old Center Township School, graduated from Riley and IUSB. This is my town. When I moved 22 years ago onto Parkovish, I was very pleased that there were, this is a 3.5 block street, okay, that there were 4 residences quietly keeping house, a couple of lesbian couples, a couple of gay couples. Everybody got along fine. It was no problem in the neighborhood. Unlike Mr. Mangan, who came here to attend Notre Dame and stayed to work at his marketing career, I am a lifetime resident. I believe in separation of church and state. This is a human rights issue. It's not a religious issue. Equal treatment for all should be a no-brainer in 2012. This isn't the 60s. I was there, too. They were talking about restrooms, but the school system had summer theater, and some of the dancers were gay guys, and they dressed in our dressing room, and we didn't care. I mean, it wasn't like guys were in the dressing room with us. If this were a religious issue, I could speak to that too, because I'm a 50-plus member of the United Methodist Church. I was Methodist before it was United. I am married to an ordained United Methodist minister who is retired. I don't want anyone to believe that this group, I will say of bigots, because that's how I feel about it, that they represent the God-loving people in this community, because they certainly do not represent me and what I believe. I find the behavior of Citizens for Community Values morally objectionable. They have a right to speak and say whatever they want to and publish it, and that's because there are rights set out that they can do that. The second reason I'm here is just to give you my own opinion. Unlike Mr. Mangan, who is paid to do what he's doing, I don't work for the highest bidder. His job is to try and influence people. He's a spin doctor, and I don't want you to lose track of that fact. please pass this bill just because it's the decent thing to do. Thank you.
Hi, Josh Wells, 1325 Monroe Street, South Bend. I apologize if this rambles at all. I had no plans to come up here, actually, but I was impelled by a number of things I heard tonight. I'm an assistant professor in anthropology and informatics at Indiana University, South Bend, and there's been a lot of discussion of 21st century economics and the place of the city in the global economy. And although I'm going to talk about how I see my job and my students and all of our students, I, of course, am only speaking for myself as a citizen and not for my employer or for any of my colleagues specifically. The discussion of keeping brains from draining out of South Bend is something that's of vital importance to me. In my job for an institution of higher education, the state has tasked me through my employer to help keep those brains here in Indiana, to help provide services and infrastructure that allow South Bend and the surrounding part of Indiana to flourish in this new economy. In one part of my job, in anthropology, I'm tasked with teaching my students about the importance of respecting other cultures, respecting religions, respecting human beings from around the globe, wherever they come from, and how to work with them fruitfully as an equal partner, economically, politically, etc. With my informatics hat, I'm tasked with giving students skills to compete successfully with technology, with tools, to build infrastructure for all of us in this country and here in South Bend. And one of the reasons I'm up here tonight is because I saw so many of my students out here in the room. Good on all of you for being here tonight. And I thought to myself, and frankly, I can't quote to you the rules that would hit me up for it. But I started to wonder what would happen to me in my place of employment if I looked at a gay or lesbian student out in the class and I said, you know what, I'm not going to teach you to get a college degree because I don't like you. Now, I can't prove to you this would happen, but I don't think I'd last very long. And it would also violate every aspect of my conscience, so I wouldn't do that. But when I advise students about what to do with their lives in the future, I try to keep as many of them here as possible. And it would break my heart as a citizen and as an educator to hear one of them come back to me and say that after I advised them to stay and use their skills to help us here, that they got canned for being who they are. And I'll just close by also mentioning that the main reason I'm here tonight is because, at the end of a 10-hour workday teaching our students to build this community, I drove home to my little tan house and hugged both my kids, walked in the door, and my wife had dinner ready. My wife of 15 years, and she said, honey, you better go down to the city council tonight because they're doing that anti-discrimination ordinance thing, and one of us ought to go and talk about it. That's my female wife. And anyway, let's pass this thing, and someone else take my minute. Thanks.
Good evening, Mike Neal. Hi. Good evening, my name is Kelly Laughlin. I live at 208 St. Laurel Avenue in Mishawaka, Indiana, and much like Derek who spoke earlier, I run the Gay Straight Alliance of Mishawaka High School. My parents were both born in South Bend. My mother works for the South Bend Police Department. My entire family lives in South Bend. When I was younger, I asked my parents, why did we move from Mishawaka to South Bend? No, moved from South Bend to Mishawaka. And they said, well, we didn't want you in South Bend schools. And now I go to Mishawaka High School and I do run the Gay Straight Alliance there. And I asked many of my friends, what are your plans after high school? And many of them do say, IUSB. We're going from Mishawaka High Schools to South Bend colleges. But when I ask them if they're planning to stay in South Bend after they graduate from IUSB, they say they're completely moving out of the state even. They don't want to stay in an area where they don't feel welcome. And then the other friends who go to Bloomington, Indianapolis, Chicago, some even New York, are excited and come back different, refreshed with new ideas. And that's wonderful, especially if they come back to South Bend and feel like they're welcome to stay here, especially if they get a house. And also any religious implications of this. I am personally an ordained minister. I found some crazy website that would sign me up because I just had a name and an email address, and now I'm an ordained minister. So if that means anything to you, then I fully support this, and thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Patrick O'Neill. I live at 1135 Thistle here in South Bend. I've lived here most of my life. I went to IUSB. I have a master's from there. Also, in my past, I was in the Army. I fought in Iraq for a year, saw some of my friends get hurt. People tried to hurt me. And it is humiliating to have to stand here and ask for equal rights. And for any of you that are going to vote against this and say that I'm not entitled to equal protection under the laws I fought for, I got here early, I'll be in the front row, and you can say it to my face.
Hello, my name is Ryan Nell. I am a resident at 17615 Heather Street, South Bend. I am currently a PhD student at Notre Dame studying in the Civil Engineering and Geological Sciences Department and an Eagle Scout. I was very reluctant to come to South Bend because of what I had heard in the national news. And I had made the decision willingly because it was a great school, and when I had come to visit this area, I felt it was a welcoming environment. I have such purchased a house and plan to live here for the next number of years. Knowing this, and I had no idea until today that there was no such clause in your ordinance for my equal right to own such a house, as well as lease out my property to others, and their rights be protected. So please, I appreciate the person before me as well to show that there are people my age bracket, not just their parents, talking about this. This is a real issue, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
We have anybody else? Yes, one I know. How many behind you? Anybody else that's going to plan to speak? So you one more, last. Okay, you will be our last speaker. After you, we will take a 5-minute break and 10-minute break. Yeah. Are you coming to speak? Okay, then you will be the last one, okay? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Williams. I live at 1623 South Scott Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46613. I've lived here my entire life. I grew up in Mishawaka, stone's throw away. And I want to live here the rest of my life. I'm currently a student at IUSB. My professor got up before me. I want to continue a legacy here. I would love to come back and be a professor at IUSB in English, which is what I'm going to school for. I don't see a reason why we aren't all equal yet. We are all human beings. This is not anything that should even have been discussed, but here we are. I want to stay here. Please pass this so I have a reason to be proud of living here, so I can tell my kids I'm proud of living here. Thank you.
My name is Evan Grantham Brown. I live at 5735 2B Ottawa Court in Mishawaka. I work in South Bend. I have many friends who live in South Bend. I just wanted to say to everyone here tonight that someone you know is gay. Someone you know is gay, and you don't know it because they're afraid to speak. Maybe a friend, maybe a family member, maybe a coworker. They're afraid to speak because they know what can happen if they do. We're surrounded by people who live in fear and we don't know about it. I would ask you tonight to lift that fear. Thank you.
We will now take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, and those who are planning to make a presentation, you can get ready to...
An hour and 12 minutes.
That's okay. For 25 minutes, each person who is speaking in opposition has up to 5 minutes, according to our timekeeper, which will be taken by our Councilman Tim Scott. You may begin.
Point of order.
Yes.
Councilman Davis. I had a brief conversation with a young lady back in the post office during the course of a break, and I think she may have taken offense to what I asked her and actually told her. There's a safety issue with public coming behind the council bench and entering into the quarters because we keep those doors locked for safety issues. And so no one, and I think President Meter recites this every council meeting, that no one's allowed to come past that bench, but the council can come to you. And so when the young lady came to the back area in the public, I think she took offense. I didn't mean any harm. I'm just giving you the rules that are in place. There are policies. So I would just, expect that you could respect that. And again, I'm not saying it to offend you, but it was pretty odd that I saw you back there because all the doors were locked. And they'd be kind of nervous. And so I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of what was going on. I know you may be friends with another council person. However, there are laws that are governing here. There's policies that's in order. And I hope that you can respect it. You carry on.
Okay, that minutes will not be held against you.
All right.
You're good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mr. Mayor, and fellow citizens. This is Patrick Mangan, PO Box 552, Notre Dame, Indiana. I am very happy to be here tonight to speak on behalf of those who can't be here to speak. We have a one-day deal here. We are going to have a couple of formal presentations. We'll have a few dozen people speak on each side. In Goshen, we had about 100 people speak. We went on until 2 in the morning. I'd rather have 4 or 5 hearings than to do that. But given that this is the forum, I am happy to be here to speak on behalf of the Judeo-Christian ethics viewpoint of what family is and what faith means and what it means in the context of our culture and civilization. And I have asked others, invited others, as you have, to come and speak, and you will hear from any of them. You will hear from medical professionals who share with you what they believe the harms are associated with this. You will hear from additional attorneys. In a few minutes, Brian Bowman will come back and address some of the issues raised and expand the discussion that we started earlier today. Dr. Charlie Rice will be here from the Notre Dame Law School to address his concerns about the constitutionality of this ordinance. And we will have those individuals who once struggled with same-sex attraction who no longer. Those who have changed. And I would like to say 2 things as we take this all back up. Number 1, I believe that we should all agree right now that anybody who is struggling with same-sex attraction should have the ability to seek out care, reparative therapy, spiritual counseling, psychological counseling, and we should all agree that those who do not want to have same-sex attraction should not have their service providers vilified. Number 2,
Having had campus ministries at the University of Notre Dame and Vanderbilt University, having spent 30 years working with and caring for people around the world, Hong Kong, China, England, Israel, Haiti as a missionary, having pastored, having cared for many who have struggled and who have come to freedom because they wanted to. I would like to say and renew my heart's desire that some who have come here in anger or in desperation would simply open themselves to the unconditional love of Jesus and find freedom and healing. And I know that there are some who, long after these proceedings and vote and court cases and whatever comes later, will go off by themselves and they will ask the question, is what he said true? Could I be free? I would not want to miss this opportunity to renew that heartfelt desire for our community. A couple of things that need clearing up. Number one, when Ms. Pittman put forward the supposed issues as examples a number of years ago, she named a number of companies and essentially publicly accused them of carrying on discrimination. This was made in public. It was documented in the South Bend Tribune. It was documented in your records. Sometimes it seems as though what we're really being asked for is a constitutional right to not be disagreed with. I mean, these were serious charges, and they were made against major employers. So I thought it was quite logical, since the main complaint is nobody will research these. I've been doing research I haven't been paid for years on pornography, on corruption, and it brought those findings back here, sometimes to the policing entities that should have been doing it. And we've assisted and aided. We try to figure out what do the authorities that we're hoping will enforce the law need. So we've done that. And one of the things that we think we need in this area is we need accurate information. Not just proclamations and statements. Not just somebody saying, well, you know, I heard this from some people. I've heard from thousands of people. Does that mean that's evidence that there's an issue? We need to separate what is fact, what we think we know, from what we know. And one of the ways that we help separate that is to get back to the legal questions here. And get back to, is this ordinance constitutional and enforceable? Is it necessary? Is it fair? Is it just? And that is the issues that we'll take up with the rest of our time. I would proffer to you that there is no demonstrated need for this. The slight amount of cases suggests that there is no vast problem, and that this bill is unnecessary, unfair, unjust, unconstitutional, and unenforceable. When we look at the complications that trying to put this ordinance in place in other communities has caused, I think we should have cause for pause. People have made a mockery of what evils have been done in Jesus' name, or what evil has been done in religion's name. But we have to remember that our community, the Western civilization, in this nation would not be what it is today without that same biblical, sacred heritage that our founding fathers based this nation on, and that many social service reformers brought science and education and universities and hospitals and social services which were the labor largely of the church in the first 100 years of this nation. And it's still a large labor of the church today. So this vilifying and marginalizing and exaggeration of people's desire to simply be unfair in the name of religion. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. What I see is some people are unkind, and some people are disagreed with. And real diversity is when people who disagree get along. Uniformity is when you force everyone who thinks something different that they have to think the same. That's uniformity, my friends. That's not diversity. So let's just be careful that words keep their meaning here. We've heard a lot of opinions. And some of the opinions, if our attorneys come to a place where they can't agree, will have to be settled in court. We'll let courts decide. But for now, for tonight, we have the opportunity to hear our friends from the legal field and from other fields who will speak to us. So I'm going to ask Brian Bowman to come back and address some of the issues he's heard here and give you a little bit more of a cross-section of real cases, not the preposterous, sort of exaggerated examples, but real cases that could very well become part of your legacy here if this goes through. And then I'm going to ask Charlie Rice if he would come and give you his legal analysis of this particular ordinance.
Again, I'm Brian Bowman, Senior Counsel of the Alliance Defense Fund. I am in Paris, Kentucky, at 332 Main Street. One of the issues addressed earlier is what do you do with laws like this that are passed and then conflict with religious liberty? What's the balance? What's the approach? How do courts decide these? And how should bodies like you weigh that? And I think, if I remember right, the question was asked of Professor Hull. Let me try to explain how courts go through that process. I'm not going to try to deal with too many legal terms that will put everybody to sleep as it's already late. It's what's called strict scrutiny. And under that standard, when you have a governmental regulation that impacts a person's religious liberty, the court looks at whether there's a compelling governmental interest and whether the government has used the least restrictive means. Now, where this came from, in the early 1970s, was a lawsuit from Wisconsin, which was compulsory public education. And several Amish families did not want to send their children to the public school because their religious beliefs required them to be educated in their Amish way. They won at the Supreme Court. And that's when the Supreme Court set that test. Now, you may have heard that test has been altered for certain types of claims under the federal Constitution through some cases in the 90s. And while that's true, what the Supreme Court said was it is still up to the states to determine what their free exercise clauses under their state constitutions may be. In Indiana, this is in footnote 14 on page 4 of the materials I've submitted to you. Indiana courts have indicated that they will stick with, under a state constitutional claim, that higher standard, that the government must have a compelling interest, which is the highest that the law recognizes, and must do so in the least restrictive means. So how does that play out? Well, a couple of hypotheticals I heard talked about were murder and slavery. I don't think there's any religion that has those within their religious tenets, but let's play this weird hypothetical out. If someone's religious belief child murder or dictated slavery, the government has a compelling governmental interest in preserving life and preserving involuntary servitude. And in that case, the governmental burden on religion, if there was one, the governmental interest would prevail and a religious liberty claim would be defeated. But that's not this law. And the fact that no lawsuit has yet been filed with the other cities in Indiana that have passed this does not mean that they've been upheld. It means no lawsuit has been filed. Perhaps that's because no claim has been prosecuted. Perhaps that's because no claim has had probable cause to proceed in the years. That answer, no one knows and no one's given you tonight. Let me move to now the purported religious exemption. I shared with you earlier my concerns that it omits some of the most important members of your community, religious employees, religious professionals, religious employers. I submit to you that's a large portion of your community. Which your exemption applies to, and I've heard it said over and over again, well, this doesn't apply to churches, but that's not what this ordinance says. Now, that's what the Indiana State Civil Rights Act says. That definition makes clear it's any religious nonprofit. That's not what your ordinance says. What your ordinance says is it applies to any religious organization when the challenged conduct is directly related to or in furtherance of the religious definition, the religious mission, the religious practice, or the religious belief. If you pass this ordinance, who determines whether the church's religious belief is in conflict with the challenged practice? It's going to be first your Human Rights Commission, and then ultimately it could be a judge. Is that where churches should be forced to send their religious viewpoints, their religious beliefs, their religious practice, their religious missions to a secular tribunal to determine whether or not what the church wants to do is good enough to meet a religious purpose? I'll tell you the answer to that question. The answer to that question is it violates the Establishment Clause to even analyze that answer. The United States Supreme Court in 1987, this case is cited to you in your materials, Corporation of Presiding Bishops versus Amos, if anyone wants to cite, 483 U.S. 327. What the Supreme Court said is it's a significant burden on a religious organization to predict which of its activities a secular court will consider religious. An organization might understandably be concerned that the judge would not understand its religious tenets and its sense of mission. For a church or religious organization to have to seek legal shelter under this so-called religious exemption requires it to prove its religious purpose, its religious belief to you, to the Human Rights Commission, or to a judge at some point in the future. Third, and I ran off a number of examples before, obviously I'm not going to go through them all again. I'm trying to talk a whole lot slower than what I did before too. I'm not quite under the 2-minute pinch and don't have all those to cover. There was a reference made that those were goofy complaints. I'll agree they're absurd and I'll agree that they're wrong, but they're not goofy if what was meant by that was that they're frivolous. Because those complaints were real. You see, when I cited an example of Elaine Hugelman, who's a photographer in New Mexico, and had a complaint filed against her because she did not want to participate in and photograph a civil union commitment ceremony, she lost that case. She was fined over $6,000, and that entry was entered by a trial court in New Mexico. That wasn't a frivolous complaint that was dismissed. And we talked about the Virginia copying service. They lost at that tribunal. When I talked about the California doctors who did not want to, because of their religious beliefs, perform elective fertility procedures on an unmarried lady engaged in a same-sex relationship, they lost to that court. These weren't frivolous complaints that they just had the burden to defend and then were summarily dismissed by the Human Rights Commission. These were real people who had real suits filed against them under similar ordinances and lost. Let me give you one more. I did mention this one earlier. This is the Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association. This is not an employment claim. And as I read your exemption, it only applies to religious organizations' employment decisions. Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association, New Jersey, it's a religious organization that owns about a square mile piece of property, including some on the Jersey Shore. As a means of ministering to the public, they host community events in their premises, like I suspect many of your churches do in this community, by opening its doors, opening its facilities, its gymnasiums, for weddings, for local receptions, for baby showers, to the Boy Scouts, to communities, whatever it may be. In 2007, a same-sex couple approached the association, asking to use its pavilion for their civil union ceremony. Now, the association declined, because hosting a civil union ceremony within their premises would have violated the association's religious faith. Same-sex couple files a complaint in the New Jersey Division of Civil Rights claiming that the association violated its non-discrimination law. There's probable cause found, and that course is now, that decision is now working its way through the courts. But the point is, the religious organization lost. It's a very real claim. As I can, let me briefly address schools. And again, I'll say that there's no exemption in your ordinance for schools. Under the Indiana Civil Rights Act, schools are plainly exempted. You're drafting an ordinance that's in conflict with the Civil Rights Act. I know you've been advised on it by your own attorney, that you've got significant home rule authority issues, and you're very susceptible to a challenge. But I talked earlier about Roanoke, Maine, which was the middle school that I mentioned in the bathroom issue, and I've heard a couple people earlier refer to having people of the opposite gender in bathrooms, and I'm not going to repeat those derisive comments, but the point is, it's real. It's been proven to you not only by the cases I've cited you that come from outside Indiana, but the very testimony you've heard here tonight, that with this ordinance, you will have any male who professes to be female must be permitted to use the female restroom in any public restroom in any facility in this town. Likewise, schools are going to be forced to allow students who profess a different gender identity to participate in different sports. Let me take you back to Maine and that regulation. What the Maine Human Rights Commission says on this issue is real simple. Students must be permitted to participate in gender-segregated sports in accordance with their gender identity. This isn't fear-mongering. This isn't coming up with cockamamie ideas that will never come to fruition. These are real instances that have occurred. One comment I did hear earlier was that, how do we know what we're dealing with? And I think it was in the context of the color of skin. But I think it's important here to address that here. How do you know someone's sexual orientation? That's addressed, page 31 of the materials. Now, I know that this ordinance, to some, seems real straightforward, and just refrain from firing an employee or refrain from refusing services because of that. But that simplistic objection ignores two things. First, and I assume your attorneys would agree with this, there's a legal theory called a disparate impact. In other words, you don't have to actually discriminate against someone with the intent to discriminate on their race, on their gender, on their sexual orientation, on their age. You may implement a measure which has a disparate impact on that group, and then you get sued. So there is a such thing as unintentional liability for discrimination. But second, and I think maybe more troubling in this area, with this ordinance, you force employers to take proactive measures, right? And that's what we've heard a lot of. You don't just, I assume you're not passing this ordinance in the dark. You are expecting your businesses to comply with this ordinance, right? That's what you expect. How are they going to do that? Well, they're going to implement measures to ensure that they comply with the law. So for them to adequately protect themselves, they have to be aware of when they may be infringing on someone's sexual orientation rights that will be established under this ordinance. And how will they know? Are we really asking employers to ask those questions of their employees to determine what the employee's sexual orientation is? I appreciate your time tonight. You've been very polite. And in closing, let me just make a few remarks, because I think they're important because they relate to what you've already heard from others. This proposed law is likely to engender very public and some private discrimination against individuals and organizations that express their religious beliefs about homosexual behavior. As already proven tonight, they'll be branded discriminatory, they'll be called bigots in front of the city council, the common council, and others will follow. So what this does is this law will encourage contempt, both public and private, against people of faith. This government-induced ostracizing of core religious beliefs and expression is unsettling and troubling. So what this law does is it gives a real ironic twist. It purports to discourage discrimination against one segment of society. The other time it actually encourages discrimination against a large section of the religious community. And as a result, this ordinance will create far more discrimination than what it can actually prevent. It is not correct, as many supporters will say here tonight, that a vote in favor of this ordinance opposes discrimination, while a vote against it supports discrimination. As much as the supporters of this law wish it were so, it's just not that neat of a distinction. You just can't draw it that way. A yes vote may purport to resist sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination, but make no mistake, it approves discrimination of another kind against people of faith. The law that you're considering tonight forces you to take sides in this profound moral debate. You've already heard several speakers speak about this is the moral thing to do. This is the right thing to do. I suspect you're going to have dozens more behind that will give you the opposite viewpoint. And so what this does is this takes a government stance on these moral questions surrounding homosexuality and homosexual behavior and declares that any citizen who acts consistently with their religious belief that a moral distinction exists between heterosexual and homosexual conduct acts irrational and with unlawful prejudice. This moral issue is not for government to decide. And this government, as all, should refrain from imposing, as this proposed law would, a penalty on practices associated with or compelled with the various views of homosexuality. In short, I would ask you steer clear of the moral debate regarding homosexuality and refuse to impose the weight of law against individuals who seek to live consistently with their own faith's teaching about sexual morality. Thank you again for your time this evening.
You've all been provided with one of these notebooks. These notebooks are a compilation of over 150 instances, and they would be probably 3 times this size the next time we come to talk, because this is now picking up steam. These are over 150 instances where extending special status and therefore special rights based on an aberrant sexual practice have undermined the legitimate constitutional rights of people of faith, namely in 3 ways: undermining the freedom of religion, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of assembly. We don't have time to go through these, so I ask that you hear those who can speak for them, but you have them to review, although I suspect in minutes tonight you'll hardly review them. Maybe a few weeks from now, when you've gone through them, you might think differently about what this ordinance is likely to do. When we first started compiling this, the instances in this book were from Great Britain and from Brazil and from Canada and around the world, because we didn't have these kind of laws happening here. Now, what's different is we have had local governments, not state and federal, for the reasons we've already stated, but we've had local governments experimenting with these, so now we're seeing plenty of cases come up. And so you have that document to review. So right now I'd like to ask Dr. Rice to come and review it from his perspective, because he's been with us in this, with you in this, from the very first time it's been prepared. And in the document that I provided for you, you have a copy of his prior reviews, as well as Rich Erda's reviews, as well as Matt Staver's reviews about the unconstitutionality of using sexual orientation in non-discrimination language. Dr. Rice?
How much time do we have? We're at 26 minutes right now. 11:17 is your deadline. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, just a point of information. This is the
Is that all right? My watch is on Chicago time. Do I get to know that? Hi, my name is Charles E. Rice. I'm a professor emeritus at Notre Dame Law School. I live at 59-800 Ty Allen Lane in Mishawaka, 46544. And some of you may recall Jack Broderick at Notre Dame. His definition of emeritus is that E means out of it, meritus means deservedly. So, you make your own judgment on that. I would like to talk with you about some nuts and bolts issues here. I'm going to talk to you about things that are pedestrian in a way, but One of the basic concepts on which I think you would agree, I know you would agree, is that a legislator ought to vote for a law only if he knows what it means. And vagueness is an important element of violations of due process of law, precisely because due process requires that the citizen not be forced to guess as to what is prohibited and what is permitted. And in this ordinance, you have a special problem arising from the vagueness because of the stringency of the powers given to the Human Rights Commission. You are going to see that the impact of this ordinance, if you pass it, will be really a little hard to detect. You won't get that many formal cases. But the impact is going to be anticipatory. It's going to be preventive. Because employers, schools, public accommodations, whatever, are going to have in mind the fact that if a proceeding is threatened or even intimated to be brought before the Human Rights Commission, there are pretty significant consequences. First of all, if you think something like that is impending, the first thing you do is call your own lawyer. Secondly, if it ever gets to the Human Rights Commission, they can compel production of books and papers. They can compel affirmative action. For the first 3 offenses, it's $1,500 each. For those beyond that, it's $2,500 each. For every housing violation, it's $2,500. For employment, of course, you get lost wages, fringe benefits, and all that. But in employment and housing discrimination, you get future pecuniary loss, emotional suffering, inconvenience, anguish, loss of enjoyment of life. Other non-pecuniary losses, costs, and most significant attorney fees. And if you're on the other end, and you're anticipating yourself as being what I would call the defendant in one of these cases, you're going to be very much interested in settling. And the impact of this ordinance is going to be an impact that legislation ought not to have. It's an impact which is to change, to affect a cultural change precisely or predominantly because the people affected by this ordinance really don't know what it means and can't know what it means. The existing protections, the existing criteria in your Human Rights Ordinance, race, religion, color, sex, disability, national origin, or ancestry, really involve a physical characteristic or a discernible familial status or religious profession. We are entering a different area with gender identity and sexual orientation. And when you look at gender identity, let me just visit those with you and ask you to think about it. Gender identity means, quote, having or being perceived as having. Gender-related self-identity, self-image, appearance, expression, or behavior different from the characteristics traditionally associated with the assigned sex at birth. Of course, the first question, what characteristics? Another question, what behavior are you talking about? Well, then you get to this. Having or perceived. You can be in this gender identity category, and you can be involved in a procedure if you have the gender identity, but it is not perceived. Because that's what it says. Having or perceived. Being perceived as having. Or. The word is or. Now that looks to me like absolute liability. Is that what you want? If you turn around on the other side, it's having or being perceived as having. You mean you can trigger these proceedings if you're perceived as having what you don't have? It says having or being perceived as having. And you tell me what, I don't know what that means. And if you think you do, let me ask you please, I mean no disrespect, why didn't you write it in the bill? Why leave it in such a condition? And while we're talking about this, we have a further question. When you're talking about the perception of gender identity, which is self-image, etc. What's the knowledge that is required? Does perception of that gender identity require actual knowledge? Or does it require that you have to be able to say he must have known? Or is it enough if he should have known? Which is really just negligence. I don't know what it means. And neither do you. And if you think you do, put it in the bill. So that the people who are affected by it will not have to guess. And when we talk about sexual orientation, we actually have a different definition. Sexual orientation relates to the actual or perceived identity or practice as a lesbian woman, gay man, bisexual person, or heterosexual person. Let's go back to that. Actual or perceived identity or practice. Why is that different from the language with respect to gender identity? Actual or perceived identity. In gender identity, we talked about self-identity. Do you know the difference between an identity and a self-identity? I don't. And if you do, put it in the bill. And when we're talking about this, what's the difference between behavior in the definition of gender identity and practice in the definition of sexual orientation? I don't know. And if you think you do, put it in the bill. Otherwise you're making people guess. Why self-identity in gender identity and identity itself? By itself in sexual orientation? A further question comes up. Can you change your gender identity or sexual orientation? How do you change your gender identity? How often can you change it? Can you change it every day? Can you change it hour to hour, day by day? It doesn't say. But isn't that a relevant question? Don't you think that in a bill like this, that you ought to have answered that? And if you think you know the answer, put it in the bill. So when we're looking at this thing, one of the characteristic reactions of those who ridicule opponents of these measures is to bring up the the restroom problem, as if even mentioning that as a potential concern stamps one as a troglodyte or some kind of a complete misanthrope. It wasn't that way to Natalie Johnson in San Antonio, the employee of Macy's, who told a clearly identifiable man that he could not go into the women's fitting room. And Natalie Johnson was fired. I'm trying to find out whether Macy's has changed their policy, and I don't think they have. But that's not the point. The point is that when you pass something which is as sweeping as this, it's going to apply to every aspect of the affected entities, public accommodations, schools, employment, whatever. Natalie Johnson has rights. And we tend to overlook that, don't we? You have a question, and please don't think that the opposition to this is premised on some kind of restroom mania, that we're concerned that this is going to make every restroom look like Times Square. No. But it is an issue. In the memorandum that Attorney Sikansky-Frand provided to you, she provided to you the guidelines from the Bloomington Human Rights Commission. And these are not law. These are guidelines to, as the Commission put it, to show people how to solve some of the questions that can be raised. And they get into this restroom question at some great length. And they say if you don't have a single occupancy restroom, and you have an employee who is transgendering himself or herself, or give him or her a sign that he can put on the door and say, in use. And then it says if people object, and I won't read it to you, but just it's in your memo. If people object, you should have counseling sessions to explain to them why a man would want to use the women's restroom and why a woman might want to use the man's restroom. I'm not making this up. This is the Bloomington Human Rights Commission. And then they say, in dressing rooms or locker rooms, take steps to create private areas by installing curtains or cubicles. We're talking about locker rooms in schools, public accommodations including fitness clubs, locker rooms or showers. We're going to have curtains in showers, cubicles in showers. I'm not trying to make this sound like Saturday Night Live. What I am trying to say is that you're enacting something, the breadth of which and the impact of which I don't think you know. I know I don't. And it's something you should really consider. Because the reality is that this thing has come before this council now the third time. And in 2006 and 2010 it came here, and it has, in terms of the vague provisions of it, and I've only mentioned some of it, there has not been a single change. And let me suggest this. If you're drafting legislation, do you know what you do? You draft it, you get criticism, You change it, you tweak it, you modify it, you improve it, you tighten it. And you try to make it as clear as you can. Not here. You know why? Because this is really not a legislative act. It really isn't. This is a political, ideological manifesto. That's why they don't change it. It is by design intended to be vague. So nobody really knows what it means. And so the cultural change can be implemented proactively under the threat of the very substantial sanctions possible if it ever goes to the Human Rights Commission. Now let's look finally at churches and schools. The existing ordinance, and I'll read it to you, creates an exemption for essentially churches as employers for hiring employees of their own faith. They can do that. And an educational institution, a church school, can prefer students of their own faith. That's the existing ordinance. What I want you to think about is the impact of this 912 on those provisions. A Catholic school can, or a Catholic employer, Catholic church rather, can hire an employee. Because that employee is Catholic, yes. Now, can a Catholic school refuse to hire a Catholic who is GLBT? Even though the Catholic Catechism, which was very selectively quoted here before, says that persons of homosexual inclination are entitled to respect and to freedom from unjust discrimination. But that homosexual acts are intrinsically disordered, and the inclination to those acts is a disorder. So you tell me whether under 912 a Catholic school will be able to refuse to hire a Catholic because that Catholic is GLBT. Can a Catholic school fire a Catholic teacher or compel a Catholic teacher rather to teach what the church teaches on this? If you pass 912, can a Catholic school forbid a teacher to teach the students that GLBT is not disordered conduct and disordered inclination? That it is morally good in every respect? Can a Catholic school now forbid the teachers to do that? If you pass this ordinance, can a Catholic school forbid a teacher, a Catholic teacher, to cross-dress? I don't know. Are these denials of opportunity in employment and education, which are highlighted in section 217? 912 further adds the protections that were mentioned before. It says the protections against discrimination on the grounds of gender identity or sexual orientation do not apply to an employer that's a religious society when those protections, quote, affect the definition, advancement of the missions, practices, or beliefs of that entity. Questions, which are not resolved in the text. How greatly do the protections have to affect the definition, mission, practices, or beliefs? And does this provision override what I just read, or just talked about, the provisions of 128E and H, which forbids a church to hire Catholic employees of its faith, a church school to prefer students of its faith? Does this provision override that? I don't know. I guarantee you don't know either. But before you pass it, you better find out, and you ought to make it specific in the bill, because it's very important. This particular provision, 127.1E, in my opinion, is probably the most dangerous and imprudent provision in this bill. Because, as was just mentioned before, it gives to the Human Rights Commission the power to decide these issues and potentially to reject the church's own good faith interpretation of its own definition of itself, mission, practices, and beliefs. That is serious business. Let's wrap this up. I'm not trying to please the crowd by saying that. Oh, I think I did. The bill also refers to Boy Scouts against Dale. Right? And it says that it does not compel any person to act contrary to specific protections granted by the Supreme Court in Boy Scouts against Dale. This in 2000. All right, that involved the court held that the Boy Scouts were not required to hire an adult, openly homosexual counselor. And that provision in the bill makes no sense whatsoever. Because Boy Scouts against Dale did not define any individual rights. It was decided on the basis of the freedom of expressive association of the Boy Scouts of America. It did not protect any individual rights. I don't know where they got that sentence to put it in this bill. If you do nothing else, you ought to take it out for your own self-respect. Because it doesn't make any sense. The free exercise of religion, incidentally, is not a group right. It's an individual right, personal right. But 912 does not offer any protection to the free exercise of religion of religious motivated employers, proprietors of public accommodations or whatever. It only has that very limited and problematic provision relating to churches. In 2006, I was testifying on that bill. I said I could not recall in, at that time, 50 years as a lawyer, ever reading a supposed legislative draft that was more poorly drafted. And I have to reaffirm that today. And reaffirm it with certain sadness because no effort has been made to improve it. Which leads me to conclude only that it's not even legislation. That it is pseudo-legislation. Because if it really were legislation, you would act as a legislature and you would fix it. Or try to fix it. And so I just have to say, in my opinion, this is an ideological manifesto rather than legislation. I will give them to Mr. Vorty. And the op-ed that I had in the Viewpoint in the South Bend Tribune in July 16th, 2010. They analyzed the 2010 law. Of course, this law is different in what it covers. But the vagueness argument was what was involved in that op-ed. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'll get shot if I go past that barrier. I just offer that for your consideration. And can I just say, I understand the difficult problem that you all have. No kidding. It's easy for us to be down here and just shoot our mouths off, as it were. But and we don't have to have our decisions registered for all posterity in votes. So I appreciate your problem. I really do. But please, do not depart from the proper role of the legislature by passing what pretends to be an act of legislation but really isn't. Thank you very much.
Do you have any other presenters right now, or do you have
No, I'd like to close right now with one statement.
Okay.
If you really intend and you really believe that the religious exemption that you put in this bill is in good faith to protect religious institutions from being violated, then what possible logic could there be to not extend that to individuals who are guaranteed the right in the Constitution?
Okay, with that, before we have our questioning of or listening to the opposition, does anybody from the council like to speak in terms of response to Mr. Mangan or any of his presenters? Any questions? On the right-hand side, starting this way. Okay, Dr. Frost?
Charlie, I disagree with you. I'm good friends with Professor Wright. I disagree with you on a couple points. You use the word disorder several times, and scientifically it's not a disorder. It's a biological variant.
What I was doing there was quoting the catechism.
Well, the catechism is not correct.
The catechism is not a
scientifically, and I'm Catholic, so I respect that view completely. But all I'm telling you is that it's a biological variant made up of genetic, environmental, and other factors. So do not use the word disorder. Secondly, Charlie, you used the word perceived a lot and vagueness. I grew up in the 40s and 50s like you did, unfortunately, or fortunately, age-wise, and I could have been perceived as being a black American. If it wasn't for the Board of Education in Topeka, I would not have been able to go to high school, maybe. If it wasn't for the Civil Rights Act in 1964, if I was perceived as black, or a quarter black, or half black, I wouldn't have been able to go to school either. So these perceptions are necessarily vague, and they're settled with each court case, as you know. So there's a reason that we can't enumerate every single situation when it comes to every employment. So the word perceived, I think, is inherently a incorrect word to use considering the situation. Lastly, the U.S. Constitution is sacred to everybody in this room. And I don't want to be under Christian law, I don't want to be under Judaic law, and I don't want to be under Sharia, especially if I were a woman, Sharia law. And I think in that context, I have a disagreement with you with the point where you use the word disorder and you use the word perceived, that we can account for every situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on, you get the answer with us. Questions? Any other questions that way?
No, I just want to make a real quick comment. Gentlemen,
Doesn't get a chance to. Okay, thank you. Do you want him to answer that question?
Can I answer that?
certainly.
Well, he gets it. Just let him answer.
He's a
Can I answer that?
Good friend of mine. I want to be.
Let's say, Dr. Froelich and I go back a long way, especially my rotator cuff. But as I've told Dr. Froelich many times, there's only one difference between us. He's wrong and I'm right. But the use of the word disorder in the Catechism was used in two respects. That the act is a disordered act, meaning it is inconsistent with nature and the law of God. All right? And an inclination to a disordered act, of any disorder, whether it's excessive drinking or whatever it is by that very fact. In that context, the Catechism is not a scientific test. In that context, it is said by the Catechism, I agree with it, to be a disordered inclination. Because it is an inclination to an act which is itself morally disordered.
If you start out with that premise, you're correct, but your premise is wrong.
What premise?
Your premise that it's a disorder and that the Catechism is correct.
Well, I'll tell you, here's what I have to say, that I accept, believe, and fully agree with everything taught by the Catholic Church. Because I believe what Paul VI in Ecclesiam Suam, that Jesus Christ, who is God, lives in the church and teaches through her. So that's where I'm coming from. Now, on perceived, the question of perceived, what I was raising was not all the nuances that could be raised about the use of that term in isolation. What I was emphasizing was the word or. So that the bill says you have inclination, you have that, the GI thing, you have it if you are either having or being perceived as having. So you can have it and be treated that as having that gender identity, even though you don't have it, even though you're perceived as having it. Or you're treated as having that gender identity if you have it and nobody knows about it, but they're held liable for acting towards you as if they knew about it. You see, that's all I was talking about. So it's still true that the only difference is that you're wrong number.
In terms of the Brown v. Board of Education, the Supreme Court Justice said that decision should be done with all deliberate speed. What does all deliberate speed mean?
Well, the Supreme Court decided that in the second Brown case and in subsequent cases. And there's a long string of decisions implementing that through various devices that were used, and some of them later discarded or modified to achieve a unitary school system.
And so therefore there was a gradual process because it later did that, but in 1954 they did not state that, is that correct?
Well, they did in 1954, what Brown said in the second Brown case was with all deliberate speed.
And when they
I think that was 56.
Only thing I raised that to say all deliberate speed is normally a vague issue. because here in South Bend it wasn't, done until 1981 all across the country. All deliberate speed had different interpretations all over the place.
All deliberate speed was addressed to the government.
I know,
and to the state.
but it was not as specific. And he would, and just to share that, to put it in the bill kind of concept, that they probably should have put that in the bill, don't you think?
Well, that term is not in the bill.
I know, probably should have been. Just the way you're looking at it. In terms of the human rights issue, you say it's problematic. This church issue, the way it's written, this is copied off Indianapolis. If it's so problematic, can you please give an opinion on why the churches and the church schools and all the Catholic churches in Indianapolis have not gone up to arms and challenged it? And one, since it's been there for 7 years, could you please explain why that has not been a problem in Indianapolis?
I can't, because I'm not conversant with the inner workings of the churches in Indianapolis, nor of the church schools.
Well, then, could anyone from your team here, since we are using a bill that's very similar, Mr. Mangan, your other attorney could you all please explain? You have been using this word problematic and saying that this bill would be problematic if we vote in tonight. And if you have problematic, you must have been able to defend that it is problematic based on some kind of conclusion. Therefore, since it's based on Indianapolis, can one of the attorneys please explain to me why has not the church, here you come, thank you, why has not the church in Indianapolis, the diocese,
May I say something on that?
Let me finish. Why has not the diocese or any of the denominations, whether it's Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Seventh-day Adventist, anybody else, Jewish, why have they not challenged this in Indianapolis?
I don't know, and I don't know. But I'll tell you this, that I said it was problematic because I don't know what the relation is between that provision and the existing provisions in the Human Rights Ordinance.
We just had the attorney that's just confessed, put on the record that that was very similar. She said, in fact, she was the one in charge of that. And so we have, so my point to you, if we have had testimony tonight from the Indianapolis attorney that stated that we are incompatible with them, and you then said that this is problematic, it must have been a problem in Indianapolis.
Not so, because I don't know what went on. I'm not saying that it was problematic in the operation of the church schools in Indianapolis such that the church sued or did whatever they did. I don't know how they've handled it in Indianapolis, and I don't know how they've handled it in Evansville, Fort Wayne, or Wilmington.
But you said it must have been problematic.
I'll tell you this, that the language in 127, which talks about the protections affecting the beliefs, et cetera, that language is, in my opinion, potentially a problem. That's what problematic is.
Agreed. But
right. Well, that's good.
Since it's potentially a problem, then please explain to me why, if something's problematic, if they've had a problem before. But if we are basing this on Indianapolis, can you explain to me that has the churches there challenged it, and what is in the findings?
Indianapolis's ordinance, and I'll give you the exact site for it, so that I find it. It's Article 1. Section 581-102 defines education, and it is not like your ordinance. What it says is education refers to a school controlled by a public governmental board or agency. So the reason we're guessing, because I've not seen a complaint. I don't know, maybe one's been filed. You've not heard any evidence that one has been filed. But when I read the Indianapolis Code's definition, they're exempting religious schools. You all are not. That may be one reason why they've not had a complaint filed, because they know they're exempt.
Okay. Has any other church challenged?
I don't know that any church has ever been complained against.
I
don't know that they have the right.
Any other religious organization, any other religious individual, any other religious person of faith, any other religious person of anything else challenged?
In Indianapolis?
Yes.
How far? Well, there was one complaint lodged against a cookie store.
Okay, I mean, lodge.
Yes, it was just called Just Cookies. It's in the city market in Indianapolis. They were requested. It was dismissed. The city dismissed it.
Thank you. No further questions. Okay, now we are ready for the opposition to please come forth. So please state your name, your address, and you have an hour and 25 minutes.
Still 5 minutes.
Start.
No, hour and 45 minutes. They get us to equal. Okay. Yeah, they did. He said hour and 25 minutes, right? That's what Jim said. Please put your name and address.
My name is Philip,
Hold a second. We need everybody, please. 5 minutes per person.
I'm Dr. Phil Sutton. I live at 528 Optimal Place in the North Shore Triangle in South Bend. I'm in Indiana. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist and clinical social worker. I'm also licensed in Michigan and Ohio as a psychologist. I'm also a member of the National Association for Research and Therapy of Homosexuality and the director of the International Federation of Therapeutic Choice. I have written things to you previously. I'm not going to repeat what I have already written to you. In my personal and professional experience, persons having any of the GLBT lifestyles have been significantly unaffirmed or disaffirmed in their lives. I regret that my opposition to this ordinance may seem to any of them as another disaffirming experience. Yet I think that passing this ordinance would disaffirm them even more. Falsehood always disaffirms, and such an ordinance perpetuates the myth that homosexuality is innate, or that people are born that way, that homosexuality is unchangeable, or that the GLBT behaviors and lifestyles are natural, normal, and healthy. I think that this ordinance stands to disaffirm those who live the lifestyles, as well as the general public and children. Given the significant risk to medical and mental health associated with these behaviors and lifestyles, it is a disservice to those who live those lifestyles to treat their risky and potentially dangerous behaviors as if they were not. Experience in other cities which have passed similar ordinances shows that subsequent ordinances to legislate the promotion and acceptance of these lifestyles will follow. As a grandfather of 5 and as someone who counseled in schools, both public and private, for 20 years, I have a particular concern that the common pattern of gay activists petitioning local school corporations to teach GLBT lifestyles and behaviors as being normal, natural, and healthy. We would disaffirm our school-aged children by allowing them to be exposed to such ideas and supporting, if not encouraging them to practice these behaviors, not only because they carry such significant health risks, but also readily become compulsive in nature. The current ordinance does not address that issue, but experience elsewhere shows that once such an ordinance is passed, it's only the foot in the door for activists to influence other areas of community life, like the school curriculum. Now, the government of South Bend will have a difficult time enforcing this proposed ordinance for a simple reason. It is scientifically difficult to measure the concepts of sexual orientation or gender identity. There frankly are no biological or objective tests for doing so. In the end, self-report, the person's word claiming to have a particular orientation or identity, or not having them, is what you are left with. In no way is either orientation or gender identity identifiable as are sex, race, and other existing characteristics covered by the city's current non-discrimination code. Now, I think it is injustice to persons who have suffered or still suffer discrimination based on, and I'm quoting the existing ordinance, race, religion, color, sex, disability, and natural origin, to have their suffering and efforts to obtain fair and equal treatment equating sexual orientation or gender identity. I have read and heard recent accounts of African Americans who have stated this view quite passionately. So many of those who live any of the GOP lifestyles have not suffered access to employment, education, housing, or political participation to the significant extent that those of minority race and other characteristics have. And finally, while attempting to address the anticipated concerns of some members of the local GLBT community, I have yet to hear that significant discrimination exists. Also, as elsewhere, there's an irony that the local GLBT community appears to be, as are other LGBT communities nationally and internationally, so well advantaged in terms of education, employment, financial resources, and political influence, it's difficult to think of the local GLBT folks as truly being a disenfranchised and discriminated against minority. GLBT folks certainly are a minority in number, but in no other way than other protected minorities truly are or have been. Thank you.
Members of the council, good evening. My name is Richard Urda, URDA. I live at 3104 Springbrook Drive. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm an attorney, but I'm not appearing here in a legal capacity. I was asked on behalf of Bishop Kevin Rhodes of the Diocese of Fort Wayne and South Bend to present a statement to you on this important piece of proposed legislation. And to assuage the fears, I am appearing here as a private citizen as a favor to him. I am not being paid to represent the bishop, so I will not engage with Dr. Furlick in any kind of discussion of the Roman Catholic Catechism. Let me read the bishop's statement. Recently, a number of concerned citizens made me aware of a renewed attempt in the South Bend Common Council to establish special rights on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. This proposed ordinance, which is being promoted by groups of gays, lesbians, bisexuals, and transgendered persons, would add sexual orientation and gender identity to the standard list of characteristics protected from discrimination, namely, those based on race, religion, color, sex, disability, nationality, or ancestry, and familial status. In 2010, the South Bend Common Council attempted to do this as well, but the measure failed to pass. At that time, I issued a statement of opposition to any effort that would establish special rights on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Today, I do so once again. While I do not question the good intentions of those involved in this effort, this ordinance seems more about validating in law homosexual lifestyles and behaviors than it is about addressing unjust discrimination. Without question, everyone deserves to be treated fairly and with dignity. Everyone should enjoy the same basic human rights. The Church deplores any type of violent action or hateful speech aimed at homosexual persons. We should not, however, create special rights to validate lifestyles and behaviors to which many of our citizens strongly object, for reasons of moral principle, not prejudice or homophobia. The main reason for this assessment is based on the fact that the way in which sexual orientation and gender identity are defined in the proposed ordinance goes beyond simply an individual's self-identity or self-image to also include appearance, expression, or behavior. In other words, homosexual activity, as well as a homosexual orientation, are being given special status and special protection. While the proposed ordinance specifically excludes religious organizations from having to comply with these special rights, what about the right of conscientious citizens who have a principled objection to these types of lifestyles and behaviors? For example, why should a family in a duplex that is renting the other side of their home be legally forced to lease to an openly homosexual couple? Why, as well, should an employer be legally forced to accept the cross-dressing habits of an employee? What, in fact, if this employee is a grade school teacher of young children in one of our public schools? In addition, as my predecessor, Bishop Darcy, stated in 2006, and I repeated in 2010, there is no reason to believe that the matter will stop here. Efforts such as these have been followed in other communities by efforts to have public school children indoctrinated, even as early as second grade, to accept homosexual lifestyles and behaviors as normal. Often, those who have principled objections to this are labeled as prejudiced or homophobic. Instead of building greater tolerance, this ordinance may actually be helping to build greater intolerance of those who, on the one hand, believe every person should be treated with dignity, but are also deeply opposed to homosexual activity and to the gay lifestyle. While some members of the South Bend Common Council have stated that this measure is necessary in order to attract innovative technological companies to the South Bend area, I question whether this is really true and whether it is not very short-sighted. A stable and flourishing community is certainly one with jobs, but it is also one where children flourish in families based upon the stable marriages of father and mother. Any attempt to build a community that distorts and weakens the links among sexuality, marriage, and family life are bound to produce more confusion and family disintegration in the end. We want to be a welcoming community, but not at the expense of the strong moral principles upon which any stable and flourishing community is founded. Thank you on behalf of the Bishop. And Mr. Vorty, I believe this is part of the record, but we were going to turn that into you anyway.
My name is Jessica Williams, and my address is 2518 Oakland Avenue, apartment 209, Elkhart, Indiana. I was a student at ITT Tech in South Bend, and I am in South Bend quite a bit. That's the reason even though I live in Elkhart, this is the reason that I'm here. I'm here this evening to urge you to vote against this ordinance, the 912 ordinance. I lived a homosexual lifestyle for more than 10 years. In that time, I was never, ever denied employment or service in any establishment because of my lifestyle. As a matter of fact, I experienced more discrimination due to my weight and the color of my skin than anything else. During that time of my life, I was also a drug addict, which put me in the line of fire for great discrimination, which never happened. I stand before you today to say, whether we like it or not, discrimination is happening and will continue to happen. And there are laws and ordinances already put into place to assist with this. When we decide to compromise our beliefs or give special treatment to certain individuals, that's when we lose. We lose our integrity, our dignity, and our self-respect. Being a homosexual is a choice. We are not born this way, and just like choices we make, there may be consequences that come, especially when we flaunt them and throw them in other spaces. Lastly, we have the right to feel safe. We have the right to make sure our children are safe. If we allow grown men or women, whether dressed like a man or a woman or a clown, in the opposite restroom where my daughter or son is going to be, that doesn't feel safe. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. However, grown men and women do not belong in opposite restrooms. If this passes, we will be setting a precedent of special treatment. Then what's to stop the next group to ask? Homosexuality is a choice, not a disease or a disorder or a birth defect. Thank you.
My name is Pastor Leonard Cook from the River of Life of 2626 Prairie Street in Elkhart, Indiana. But I grew up on Grape Road, and I graduated from Clay High School. At 16, I was a youth pastor, and now I'm 66, so I know what I'm doing. I also worked 35 years in a factory. I'm also a Housing Authority Commissioner of Elkhart. I've been working with the mayor. He also gave me a key to the city, and so, they still call for counsel. We just purchased a Bayer facility, and we opened up a teen challenge, the first one in Indiana, and we have a 6-month lock-in, and I tell you what, there's so much healing and deliverance, and that's what I'm going to give my testimonies for this. And I just want to tell you, this is a time of the season where the enemy is out to destroy the families, and I believe that this rights movement will also bring destruction to families and even to people's lives. What we're really supposed to be doing is we're to restore the hearts of the fathers to the children and the children to the father. And there is a great blessing right now on spiritual mothers and fathers and dads. And as a pastor, I've come because I have brought, our teams, we have teams trained that have brought so much healing and deliverance to people involved in homosexuality, dozens of them. God loves everybody. We love everybody. We show them that we love them and we care for them. And we have gift and purpose classes, and when they find that out, they realize that they're on a very confused path. And we want to make sure that our laws line up with God's laws. Every one of them that we brought healing and deliverance to have been hurt, they've been abused, they have emotional problems, they're in bondage and so forth. And in closing, I'm just going to read a testimony written by a man named Tony who wrote this just this year. It is a secretive spirit. It's a hurtful one. It is a spirit that is ruining families and family values, in which there is confusion to the kids that are sometimes involved. It's about using each other for personal satisfaction with no commitment. A lot of people are involved are just covering up their personal pain from abuses as a children. And it's not the way you are born, but it's a choice that you make. God delivered and set me free, and I've been married now for 19 years, and I'm a father also and have 3 children. I was searching for a true father's love, but because of the abuse that I went through, of a good fatherly role model in my life, but I now realize that I am free, and I realize that God is the best father I could ask for, and I am free. Thank you. God bless you.
I'm Larry Gates, 20885 Decatur Street, Cassopolis, Michigan. I was born and raised here in South Bend, graduated from Riley High School, 30 years in the automotive business here in South Bend area. I'm the owner of Gates Service and pre-owned sales at the corner of Western Lafayette downtown here, and also Gates Service and Body Shop and Gates Toyota on Ireland Road, south of town. I firmly believe that Bill 912 would have an adverse effect on our family business here in South Bend, and more importantly, on the overall economic community here. The ordinance, if passed, would put pressure on our company for fear of reprisal by activists and others to hire people whom, one, we might not feel are qualified for the job, two, are not people we would choose to represent us to the public because they do not meet the moral criteria we adhere to for hiring, a criteria based on our personal beliefs and what we know to be the general profile of our customer base. An example might be a man who dresses as a woman wanting to apply for an auto sales position. Restated, Bill 912 would put us in a position of having to consider hiring people not qualified for the position and hiring those who, in our judgment, do not represent us to the public in an appropriate manner. As for the overall economic effect, how can South Bend attract and keep new business in this type of an environment? At best, Bill 912 would be a deterrent, I believe, to growth. I urge the council to think long and hard about the negative effects of this bill on local business. Thank you.
Council members, my name is Jan Torma. I live at 901 Wheatley Drive, South Bend, Indiana, 46614. I am a registered nurse with a master's degree in nursing and a community wellness educator. And I want to say as I proceed that if anyone in this room needed nursing care and I had the opportunity to take care of you, that I would give you the best that I have to give in nursing care. I want to reiterate a couple of facts. To date, there is no specific scientific proof that people are born homosexual. No gene has been found or discovered. There is no evidence of immutable, unchangeable characteristics in the homosexual population, such as one has in skin color or ethnicity. GLBT persons do not qualify for inclusion in this ordinance as a protected class. I am here to speak about health concerns because they are serious. There are serious health consequences for individuals who engage in the GLBT lifestyle. The promotion of this lifestyle can lower the standard of health in the South Bend community. If our city has an increasingly unhealthy population, developing a thriving economy can be impeded. I want to share some facts. In the United States, unprotected anal intercourse among male homosexuals is still the most common cause of new cases of HIV. As of September 2011, the CDC fact sheet shows that men having sex with men, now known as MSM, both homosexual and bisexual, account for nearly half of the approximately 1.2 million people living with HIV in the United States. Studies show that many homosexuals who are infected with this virus are unaware. HIV can have a dormant phase of 10 years or more before giving rise to AIDS, for which there is no cure and it's ultimately fatal. The person's failing immune system leaves him or her vulnerable to opportunistic infections such as fungal pneumonias and tuberculosis. Combination antiretroviral drug therapy is used because of the emergence of resistant viral strains. These drugs do not cure HIV, but they may prolong life, and they are not without significant toxicities, such as bone marrow suppression, kidney and liver failure. These medications are extremely expensive. Fusion comes in injection form and costs $3,900 per month. The life expectancy for homosexual males is from 8 to 20 years less compared to heterosexual males. Studies have shown the risk of getting anal cancer soars by 4,000% in those who engage in anal intercourse. Anal penetration can cause irreparable damage to the tissue and the nerve endings in the anus and the rectum, and after a time, the fecal expelling will not occur and a colostomy may have to be required. And this presents a drastic change in their activities of daily living, and coping with an altered body image is a huge psychological challenge. Some years ago, the CDC issued a warning about an alarming increase in the spread of syphilis nationwide and attributed most of the growth to gay sexual activities. We want to build a healthy society, not one that is fraught with sexually transmitted diseases for which there is no cure. City Council members, I appeal to your intellectual honesty and your medical integrity and strongly urge you not to promote this unhealthy lifestyle and to vote against adding sexual orientation and gender identity to the ordinance governing the South Bend human rights. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Uving. I live at 1737 Brookmead Drive, South Bend, Indiana, 46614. Everything the other side has said about this all sounds great, except one thing, the hidden and unspoken premise that homosexual activity is good and harmless. False premises lead to false conclusions. Mr. Hall rightly stated that there are limits to religious freedom. I can't steal in the name of my religion and claim non-discrimination status. Other people's natural law right to property precludes that. Here is the great irony, contradiction, and critical point. Homosexual activity clearly is a violation of natural law. When the psychology does not match the biology, clearly by the definition of words, you have a disorder. Principles and ideas have consequences. The other unspoken premise is that homosexual attraction is unchangeable, which is refuted by those who have changed. It is a false argument to assert that to protect conscience rights is to endorse injustice against others, but that has been argued here tonight. The problem is that once you elevate homosexuality in the law, and I'm quoting Pope Benedict XVI, is, quote, the recognition of homosexuality as a factor on which basis it is illegal to discriminate can easily lead, if not automatically, to legislative protection and promotion of homosexuality. This is all the more deleterious since there is no right to homosexuality, which therefore should not form the basis of judicial claims. When the law states you shall not discriminate on the basis of race, what behavior is it affirming? When the law mentions gender, what behavior is it affirming? When the law states, and I quote, practice as a lesbian, woman, gay man, bisexual person, an appearance, expression, or behavior, what behavior is the law affirming? Exactly, homosexual activity and gender identity disorder. Under the banner of non-discrimination, this bill has the effect
of government validating the homosexual lifestyle under force of law, nullifying the conscience and religious liberty rights those who in a particular instance feel obligated in conscience to decline to employ or accommodate a open homosexual. Is that what you want to do? The next question that begs to be asked, is this behavior harmful? Well, Jan covered that extensively. Would it make sense for a rational and clear-thinking legislative body to validate a behavior known to be contrary to natural law, having harmful medical consequences, and found to be morally objectionable in the sacred writings of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity? Another logical consequence to be faced is if alleged discrimination is always and everywhere wrong and therefore can never be a single discretionary moral reason to declining to hire an open homosexual or cross-dresser, then wouldn't it make sense to educate our school children that gay is good and harmless before prejudice and discrimination get a chance to grow in their innocent hearts? Yes, that would make sense. And that's what lawmakers and school administrators, both directly and indirectly, have done in Massachusetts, California, British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and Spain, in full and flagrant violation of parental rights, creating an uproar. Does the council want to take responsibility for future repercussions once this notion of discrimination becomes firmly embedded in the law and culture? I urge the council to exercise sound judgment and to vote against 912. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Sergio. My address is 1919 South Michigan Street. And I came here with a couple of pages of prepared notes, and after listening to everybody and observing, I had a very interesting conversation with one of the ladies who presented on behalf of this ordinance earlier, and she asked me, she said, after hearing this, what are you concerned about? I mean, what strikes you about this whole conference, or this whole hearing? And I'm thinking that probably a number of things strike me. One is going back to hearing the GLBT community announce that they had 5 of your votes ahead of time before you were even elected, and then celebrating after you were elected makes me concerned that you're not very objective about hearing the facts. I'm concerned about the fact that the way we're set up here, disappointed at the format of this, that there's not a multiple hearings, so that as we hear information, we can try to get facts instead of having just a series of emotional presentations so we can get information. I'm concerned about hearing things like Dr. Pittman here. I'm a psychologist myself. I've got a master's in clinical. I've got a PhD from Notre Dame in organizational behavior management. I'm not licensed. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm trying to create jobs in the community. But I have enough knowledge, and I've published in national journals to see that most of what is being submitted as social science is heavy on social with no science. The methodology is very, very flawed. Represented, I spent my entire presentation multiple years ago responding to the 25 cases that she brought in, or said that they were collected over an 8-year period, if I recall. And I'm not prepared to go through those in detail, but I could, if we had another hearing, I would be prepared to do that. And out of those, there were people that weren't even in our community, not even in our state. Many of them did not even have any evidence, nor did they even claim to have any evidence of discrimination. But now they're submitted here again without any purview to say that these are facts and that these are cases. We heard things tonight like, it's difficult to estimate the amount of discrimination because we have no Human Rights Commission here, but Indianapolis has had it going on now for how many years? And they're saying 10 cases. I wasn't sure if that was 10 cases a year on average. But if the city's 5 times our size, you divide 10 by 5, that's 2 cases a year. And not all of those are even legitimate cases. So I'm disappointed that this council has not done due diligence and looked at the facts and tried to establish that we truly have a problem and that the size of the solution doesn't even match the problem. I'm sure that people are discriminated against in the sense of their, malicious comments are made, but I don't think we could ever legislate people to be nice to each other. And the kinds of problems that we're going to see with this ordinance are going to hurt people like me who have businesses and they're doing everything they can to lead a just life, trying to live their values. I am a Roman Catholic, and I'm working real hard. One of the things that people attack about Catholics or other Christians is you go to church and then you leave your church and you leave all the values behind. We've integrated those Christian values into our business, and I don't see any exemption for faith-inspired businesses to protect us from living the way we want to, and that's what America is about. So we should be able to live our Christian values. I am a first-generation American. My father was born there. My family came over. We lost lives on the Andrea Doria. My cousins died. I know that we paid a heavy price to come here, and one of the things that we admired about this country was that we had a freedom to practice our religion, and we had an ability to go ahead and build our businesses the way we want to with that faith inspiration. And you're taking that away because I have no exemption for wanting to lead my beliefs in my business. And furthermore, I'm very bothered by the fact that there's naivety in thinking that the Human Rights Commission there is not really just going to be basically a way for people to extort businesses. I know of someone specifically that had issues through there, and even though they were found not one problem, at the end, it cost them $40,000 to protect themselves, to walk away and say that it was there was no legitimate accusation. Finally, I'd say I've got plenty of research that shows, like Dr. Spitzer here, who was the one who led the charge to reverse the APA. He was the one that wanted to change it so that, gay and lesbian was pulled out of the APA, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. He has changed his opinion on that because he has found so many people have left the lifestyle he knows personally. So here's a guy that led it. When he started digging in, he had the intellectual honesty in taking that new data, and he changed his opinion on it. You're welcome. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Pottiger. My address is 1121 Highland Village Drive, Mishawaka, Indiana. I did not come prepared to speak tonight, but I felt compelled as a mom and a grandma of 5. I have a passion to raise my children in a godly way. And what I have to say will not be popular, but my supreme example was also not popular, and he was crucified for it. We opened this council meeting tonight by asking God to grant us knowledge and wisdom. By doing this, I presume we give heed to what God says, and we deem it as important and consider it to be the guide for life. I would say that God has already answered this prayer for wisdom by addressing homosexuality in the Bible. I was amazed to hear someone say tonight that it's not addressed in the Bible. I've been reading it since I was a child, and I never questioned it's in there. Even as a child, when I read my Bible, I understood clearly that homosexuality was said immoral, and it was called a sin. I love my children, but if they choose this lifestyle, I will still love them, but I will still stand according to God's Word, not my feelings, nor my emotions, nor that I want to please somebody else, even though my personality is a pleaser. I would submit for your consideration to be cautious, not to go against what God Almighty has already said in His Word. God is not just balanced by being in the middle of love and judgment. His love is total and complete, and so is His judgment. If we are no longer a Christian nation, then vote as you wish. If we are still a Christian nation, then may your prayers and votes not be for the favor of man, but for the favor of God Himself. Times may be changing, but God has remained the same yesterday, today, and forever. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Todd Ness. I live at 221 East Woodside. I have a pamphlet here from the Alliance Defense Fund. was published in 2009. And there are some things in here that I would like to read. Some of this is just statements by U.S. Supreme Court justices in regards to government control over religious freedom. In one case, this is just one here, but it says, this is, like I said, this is printed by Alliance Defense Fund, so there are some commentary in here, along with the statements from the judges. It is important to note that the fundamental principle of constitutional law that a government body may not suppress or exclude the speech of private parties just because the speech is religious or contains a religious perspective. This principle cannot be denied without eviscerating the essential First Amendment guarantees of free speech and religious freedom. In the combined judge's decision, quoting the Supreme Court Justice, the court has merely held that the Establishment Clause requires the state to be neutral in its relations with religious believers and non-believers. It does not require the state to oppose religion or religious expression. In fact, the Constitution affirmatively mandates accommodation, not merely tolerance, of all religions, and forbids hostility toward any. State power is no more to be used so as to handicap religions than it is to favor them. And these are quotes from the Supreme Court justices. And I want to talk about the bill. If this ordinance does not specifically protect all religious expression and prohibit discrimination against religion, this will lead to First Amendment violations, specifically freedom of religious expression. This will become eventually a quagmire and a quandary. A quandary for the folks of the Common Council trying to figure out how to deal with these issues, and a quagmire for the courts that are being left to decide these issues. If we expand the rights of gays and transgenders, we have to also increase protections across the board for religious freedom of expression. And if it is not in writing in the bill, it cannot be enforced. We will end up exchanging one discriminated group for another, and Christians are being increasingly attacked and increasingly discriminated against. We are being forced to increase our tolerance of homosexuality by the same people who are intolerant of our own religious beliefs. I have a rebuttal here in regards to Dr. Catherine Pittman. And this was published by the Alliance Defense Fund. None of the professional, medical, or mental health associations have banned or declared unethical attempts to help clients who desire to change their sexual orientation. It is true that the American Psychiatric Association removed homosexuality from its list of disorders in 1973, but that's a far cry from banning counseling assistance from those who seek it, and by no means represents the opinion of all the nation's medical and counseling professionals. It is a fallacy to conclude from this vote, meaning the ATA's vote to remove homosexuality from the disorders list, that the majority of psychiatrists in the United States were or are now in favor of the action, for only 25% of those eligible to vote out of more than 25,000 psychiatrists sent in their ballot. 25% of 25,000. I am convinced from people I've interviewed that for many of them, they have made substantial changes toward becoming heterosexual. I came to this study skeptical. I now believe that for many, these changes can be sustained. Dr. Robert Spitzer, commenting on his own research during a 2000 interview.
Excuse me, sir, did you state your address? I mean, your city? You just stated your address.
South Bend.
Thank you.
I would like to, hand this over to you folks. This is an official pamphlet that they have published for folks.
Hi, my name is Bob Strasberg, and I live at 24060 Sunrise Court in South Bend. On behalf of my wife and our 3 children, I want to appeal to the Common Council to vote against the proposed amendment to the Human Rights Ordinance that would grant special rights to those who choose to participate in the GLBT lifestyle. My wife and I have attended all the public meetings to date related to this proposed amendment dating back to 2006. As members of the Common Council, you have a tremendous privilege to help shape our society and culture. However, with that privilege comes an even greater responsibility. As you know, our nation's governance is based upon Judeo-Christian values that come directly from God's Word. God's commandments, His statutes, and His principles are the foundation of our nation's laws. God's Word says in Psalm 11, verse 3, "If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do?" Part of these foundations are the laws and ordinances that have been established for us as a city, state, and nation to live by, such that we promote God-fearing young people for generations to come. If you as a Common Council promote and condone an ungodly lifestyle by passing legislation that gives special privileges to those who live a life of sodomy, then you are inviting God's judgment upon yourself, your family, and the community in which you serve. God says, and this is in His Word, in the book of Leviticus, "Thou shalt not live with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination." In the New Testament, Paul writes in the book of Romans that God refers to the practice of sodomy as vile affections, and I quote, "For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet." This is not man's opinion, it is God's Word, and it is His authority. This is the most serious matter that we are discussing tonight, and I trust that each of you, as the Common Council members, will seek the Lord God and search His Word so that you can make the right decision and thereby honor the Lord Jesus Christ, whereby bringing blessings upon our community. Bottom line is this: you and I will stand before a holy and righteous God one day, and we will give an account of what we have done, our thoughts, our actions, our words, and in your case, your votes. God is a loving God, and He desires that all men, women, and children turn from their sin, whatever that sin is, and come to know Him as personal Savior and Lord. He is just God, and He will judge sin. For each of us to have a respectful and reverent Creator, the Lord Jesus Christ, is a wonderful thing. God's Word says in Proverbs 1:7, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction." May you as council members humbly acknowledge your dependence upon God for wisdom, and as a result, may we in the community experience the blessing of God based upon adherence to His Word and not man's opinions. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
I'm Gary King, 730 North Hill Street, South Bend, 4th District. Back in the fall, when we were campaigning for office, and I still wish I was over on that side of the table, the main issues that we talked about during the debates and the forums were things like jobs and how to take care of the vacant houses and the dilapidated buildings on the west side. And there were a lot of things that we said we were going to do to work together to make the city of South Bend better, but I don't remember any serious discussion about this particular type of ordinance other than the questions came up. People said, yes, I would vote in favor of this if it came before me, or I would not vote in favor, and that question moved on. So there's no doubt about, who was in favor of what at that time. So here it is, not even 3 months after you've been sworn in to represent the city, and we already have this back on the table. How's that happen? Is it that much more important than taking care of the business?
So I did some research today. I spent a whole bunch of time trying to figure out what exactly would bring a business to South Bend. And I heard early in the presentations that we want to be a progressive-looking city. We want to be inclusive. We want to be perceived as being a 21st century city with all kinds of opportunities for every kind of person, and that is a good thing, except for there is no correlation between the Forbes list, and it's all printed out here, and you all don't remember how it goes. We're like 117th on the list of the cities, and they give you the criteria for how they figure out what's a good place to do business: job growth, cost, business and living, income growth, educational attainment, projected economic growth, and it goes on for several more. And then I looked at, well, how many employers or businesses would really want to live in a, located in a city where there is a GLTV-friendly ordinance. It was really hard to find them, but I did find a ranking of the 15 highest ranked cities, and there is no correlation, none, zero. I tried to match them up whatever way I could, and it's like, it just drove me nuts, and I finally figured out that Atlanta is ranked like number 15, I think, in the GLBT's, preferred cities, but they're like 33 or 37 or some number down there. I'm going to go there next week to visit my son, and I'm going to stop at their city council and find out what is it that makes them so popular. Are they attracting businesses? There's no correlation, so why do you want to put this in? Larry Gates told you some things about what's going to happen to businesses who somebody applies for the job and you turn them down because they don't think it's a good fit. What about the ones where you turn somebody down because you thought somebody else was just better qualified? You really hit it off in the interview, and that person comes back and says, well, they must have thought I was gay. In fact, I am gay, but I'm just as qualified as the other person, but I did not. And now that business has to go defend itself in front of the Human Rights Commission, I'd be afraid to locate a business in a city where I was wondering, now, if this is a statewide thing, if Indianapolis' law is really good and the whole state says it's the same for everybody, but if now we're going to pick and choose and say, well, maybe I don't want to locate in South Bend or Mishawaka because I'm going to get in trouble. Maybe I better locate someplace else. In a few minutes, you guys are going to go back to the council as a whole instead of the committee as the council as a whole. You're going to be in full committee. You get to vote on this. The best thing you can possibly do is table this motion. Give it some more time to investigate the real impact. Get the facts. How are you going to tweak it, as Dr. Rice suggested? Make it so that it really works if you're going to do it at all. Or let the state settle it so that we're not forcing businesses to disregard South Bend as a great city as it is, because now there's one more hurdle, one more hoop they got to jump to in order to make sure that they satisfy all our requirements. Thank you.
Just for clarification, are these the last three? There were three, one? No, there's three. There's two, and then the second maker. You closing it out? Are you closing it out? Yes. Okay, thank you. It's been three. Those, Ms. Megan will be the last person.
My name is Kevin Mitchell. I reside in 16061 Petro Drive, Mishawaka, Indiana. I'm a lifetime, I grew up in South Bend, Indiana, on the south side of South Bend, graduated from Riley High School. I love this city. Matter of fact, I'm employed here in town. I actually kind of an odd bird. I have two jobs. I guess that's not probably too odd. There's a lot of people who have two jobs. I work at a car dealership, and then I also have a ministry in the downtown South Bend area. I deal with especially in the ministry. In the car dealership, I deal with a lot of broken people. I deal with a lot of broken cars, but I deal with a lot of broken people. But at the same time, with a downtown ministry that resides near some of the homeless centers and have to deal with drug addictions and all these other things. I deal with broken people, and so I know what that's about. In fact, I'm broken too. And we heard a lot of talk about faith tonight, and that's very important. So as a person who's involved in this, I need to present that just a little bit to you as well. And that is, let me give you this. It says in Luke chapter 5, it says, Jesus answered them, "It is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick." You know what? I wouldn't say that if I didn't believe that I'm broken as well, that I'm sick too. But the thing is I believe that there is a higher power that helps us out, that heals that brokenness. And I truly believe that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be up in front of all of you doing this. I could be at home, right? Well, tonight, City Council, you know what? And everyone in this room, we're all broken. Every single one of us. No legislation from government will make someone unbroken. Only God has that responsibility. As a man, I am broken. However, I realize that I cannot find wholeness from any government action. My friends, this action tonight will not mend your wounds. It won't mend it. And the fact is, you're probably going to see more division that will take place. Instead, it can only cause divisions within the city. I plead with you not to pass this bill on the grounds that you cannot heal a man or a woman's heart. You don't have that power. You simply don't. It'd be nice if you did, but you don't. I know many of you probably your hearts, you want to heal people's hearts, but you don't have that kind of capacity. It's not in your job description. Politics and government may feel good in the short term. And they feel like we got you back, you know? But it's not a lasting peace. It's not going to help the end run game with one's soul. It won't do that. It's only temporary. This bill, I'm afraid, is designed to bring division. And that concerns me because I love this city. I love this town. And I want to keep my family here for a very long time. We plan on being here for a very long time through thick and thin. Doesn't matter. We're going to be here. But I'm afraid that this bill is going to cause division. And that's something I think the City Council is going to have to recognize and understand. Because you know what? I think everyone in this room wants healing. We don't want brokenness. We want healing. That's my statement.
I'm Phil Neiswanger at 741 South 30th Street in River Park, which was annexed by South Bend. So I'm a citizen of South Bend for over 60 years. In America, or anywhere in the world, there should be no persecution, there should be no harassment, and definitely no bullying. I'm sensitive to that bullying because I was a educator for over 16 years in high school as well as on the college level. And that should not happen. And it's a problem that we have in this country, a lot caused by broken families. Also, I had the opportunity to be in employment counseling and HR consultation for over 12 years. And worked with the city of South Bend in employment counseling for 7 years. Recently, I've been a housing committee chairman for the River Park Neighborhood Association for 3 years. And 2 years, we've been working on the city ordinance for the third time now for the landlord-tenant ordinance, and we hope to submit that to you pretty soon, I hope. But in all of that time, in all of the educational experiences, employment counseling experience, and housing, I've not come across any case where someone who was discriminated against, fired from a job as a result of their sexual orientation. The only exception to that would be in the case of bullying, and unfortunately a lot of kids tend to bully someone who is reticent, shy, or looks different, not necessarily because of their sexual orientation. A lot of times they don't even know what that means at that point in their life. So with all that said and done, I also want to say that there are existing protections, especially in employment. If someone is fired from a job because beyond their work job performance, there are remedies for that. And employers are very sensitive to that. Also, I want to say that people long for acceptance, and that was mentioned a few times here this evening, and I am sensitive of that. But on the other side, I think that the primary reason for this ordinance is not for non-discrimination. I personally feel that that's a ruse. I think the ultimate purpose is twofold. One, to be accepted. And secondly, there are unforeseen consequences that have been alluded to by the presenters this evening, and that is that our values will decline, will be undermined. The core values that formed our country and have sustained our country for better or for worse. I also think it is a ruse because other states who changed their marriage definition, many of them have used this kind of ordinance as a base of operation to change the definition of marriage. I want to finally say that in that case, if that is the intent by some of you on this chamber or others in the audience, that marriage can only be genetically consummated between opposite sexes. Thank you.
Wow. We've made quite a journey, huh? Patrick Mangan, P.O. Box 552, Notre Dame, Indiana. There's a lot at stake because either you believe that homosexuality is something good and lovely and something you should promote and protect and exalt in the law with special rights, or you believe that it is harmful, it causes pain and suffering and early death, increased psychological problems, increased substance abuse, and yes, even self-loathing that leads to suicide. Those are two diametrically opposed views of the same set of behaviors and experiences. I have done part of what I've done for all these years because I've spent time with tens of thousands of individuals, college campuses and ministry and missions around the world. I've yet to have somebody come to me and say, you know, I was promiscuous as a teen and back in college, and man, I'm really glad I didn't miss that. But I cannot tell you how many people have come to me as a person of faith, as a man of God, and said, if only I could get those years back, if only I could get that year back, if only I could get those months back, if only I could get those weeks back, if only I could get that night back. And as a good man of God, I've ministered forgiveness and reconciliation and restoration to them. And that is the first promise for a person of faith, at least in the biblical faith, is the promise of restoration to those willing to repent. But there it is. Repent. That presumes that something's been done wrong. I try to make Jesus my model. And Jesus dealt with sexual temptation, what we're calling orientation today, and sexual sin, what we call homosexual behavior today. And he dealt with sexual sin a certain way. When the woman was dragged out in adultery by legalistic people who wanted to hypocritically punish her, he said, okay, the one without sin can throw the first stone. And when he dismissed all of those folks, he turned to the woman and said, who condemns you? And she looked up and said, no one, Lord. He said, I don't condemn you either. Go and sin no more. Now that is the highest expression of God's love. I don't condemn you, but stop sinning. Why does he say stop sinning? Because sinning's not good for you. So it's in compassion that Jesus calls us to sexual purity. And I beg to differ with the young biblical scholar, and I appreciate hearing her talk. I've heard her before here. But yeah, Leviticus 20 is pretty clear, and Romans 1 is pretty clear. And by the way, Jesus himself refers as a historical fact to the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah. And there's about 30 other verses that one could list out. In your old notebooks, we actually provided that for you in 2 or 3 translations. We also had for you a statement from 167 rabbis around the country that said this is also not compatible with Jewish teaching. And I just want to point out one thing. Fred and I, you and I have known one another for a long time. I probably know you longer than anybody else here on this panel, back to United Way days. But look at what you found yourself doing right here in front of all these people. You set yourself up above the entire Catholic Church and above the Pope. And I'm not Catholic. I'm an evangelical. But you set yourself up in front of everybody and definitively made the statement, the catechism's wrong.
On that topic.
That's fine. That's fine. But do you understand how that sounds to people say? Thank you.
What is, just point of order, what is the proper procedure? Is there
There's a 5-minute rebuttal now to address some of the concerns that were raised by the remonstrator.
Sure. Is then there a remonstrator?
No.
Or,
No.
Just you. We now hear our remonstrators. We just would like to say good morning to everybody. It's close midnight. Thank you. And now we're here.
Midnight.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to everyone, to council members, to members of the public, for keeping the debate mostly professional. And also thank you for coming out and sharing your opinions. We do appreciate your involvement. In conclusion, just to talk about a couple of the issues that were raised. I think evidence has been presented that discrimination based upon sexual orientation and gender identity does occur in our community. The Common Council is empowered to pass legislation protecting all city residents. And then an issue of legal opinion, some lawyers will differ from other lawyers, but the main issue is that there are years and years of legal precedent, and we do not have any evidence of a single similar ordinance being successfully challenged at the state or federal level. The language used in the bill is nearly identical to Indianapolis. Again, precedent. There is legal precedent, and this ordinance has not been successfully challenged. Therefore, Bill 912 is a reasonable and enforceable step towards eliminating discrimination in South Bend. Thank you.
At this time, we will close the public hearing, and I will open it up, and we'll start from the first district. We'll head on down, and any comments that you would like to share, first, second, third, all the way down, I'll close that.
I would just like to say, this is something dear to the constituents in the first district, and also all the business that I've been in. Things they've taken this seriously and progressively. I do have to steal the words of Dr. Craig Furlick. There should be no discrimination in a forward-thinking city. And I think for us to get the most talented and the brightest people here, we should have no barriers. And with that being said, I do have a comment from one of my customers. We sponsor 12 different employee resource groups that serve as vital communication links between senior leadership and ideas and thoughts of employees from various backgrounds and experiences, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, and generation. Most importantly, we engage all of our team members in helping to design, build, and sell the world's best vehicles. We recognize that people are truly our greatest asset, and we will only be successful when our employees are able to freely be themselves and perform at their highest capability inside General Motors within this community. This is the same for Ford, Chrysler, Toyota, Honda, and the rest of my customers. And I think that's my opinion and opinion of people of First District. Thank you.
Councilman Davis is in preference on last. Go ahead.
I feel this is the right thing to do with this bill, and I hope that this will advance our community towards becoming a more tolerant and accepting community.
Obviously, there's been a different interpretation of the scenarios presented tonight, and I do want to apologize to Pat and my friend Rick and all the others and our wonderful nurse friend if I sounded arrogant when I talked about the catechism. That wasn't the point. I was selecting one particular interpretation of that. I was raised on the catechism. But as a scientist, I try to look at the facts and figures. And my favorite quote is one by Patrick Moynihan that he made in 1966, and he said, "You're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts." So I'm basing it upon that. Thank you.
Thank you. What I've learned again this evening after two previous evenings with this is that this is not a very, as proposed, I think, a simple moral decision that has to be made because there's enormous injustice going on out there in a selected group. I don't profess to understand all the legalities. I do think that some of the references made by both Professor Rice and some of the other folks with regards to the legal nature of this ought to be examined rather than moving forward as it is. I can't believe that either one of those folks would stand up here and raise the questions they did without sincerely believing that those questions exist and without sincerely believing that this council perhaps should address them. These rights, when they're exercised by people, are relative in nature. One person's rights begin where another person's end. The difficult part is deciding where one's begin and another one's end. I don't profess to have the answer to that. If there's a better answer than what's proposed here tonight, I think we ought to take the time and discuss that. One of the things that concerns me as much as anything, I know that part of the, and Dr. Furlick, one of the problems with having your own facts or not having your own facts is that there's so many facts out there that people can interpret, that need to interpret, and I think that need to be considered. One of the concerns I have is that which is one of Murphy's laws, and that's the result of the unintended consequences. I sincerely believe, I am an employer, I'm a small employer, that if I find myself confronted with a circumstance that's difficult, I prefer to address it as folks such as the General Motors and the Ford do. They handle it internally. We don't turn it over to, or they don't turn it over to a quasi-judicial body that may or may not have a full understanding of everyone's rights, and I don't say that to do any, Mr. Douglas any qualms. I respect what he does, and there are times when it's needed. I think that there should be an exemption as explained for businesses which have a Christian background as well as just the schools. I think that if you have a serious moral concern with how this plays out, I think you need to be considered. I hope we'll take the time to consider that, because I think one of the unknown consequences of this could be that there are many businesses out there that have a very Christian background who will not consider locating here. I don't for the life of me understand how putting one group's concerns before another one makes us any more progressive, except perhaps in the eyes of the political manifesto. The best reason I think we've heard here tonight is that everybody else is doing it. I don't know that the reason everybody else is doing it is because it's good, bad, or indifferent. I just don't know. I would hope that we would take the time to look more deeply at this. It's been a long night for everybody. But I guess one of the questions that should be asked is if in fact there are better answers, better language and I suspect these gentlemen could help us with some of that. Are the folks who are here willing to consider amendments? Because if there's no one willing to consider amendments, then we might as well have the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll, again, thank everybody, and if y'all want to stay after we decide this, we got about 12 more things, so we can do that also. But again, this is a passionate subject. I'm sure a lot of the things that were brought up, if we would bring everybody back in 10 or 15 years, it'd be about the same thing. So what I try to do, I'm not a scientist, but I try to look through the emotional responses of church and what everybody believes and look at what is germane to me in making a decision on this. Number one, I haven't seen any economic analysis about this bill, how it would affect, like Mr. King said, the new jobs in South Bend. I haven't seen any part of that, other than verbiage of how many people would suddenly come to South Bend because of that. Also, one of the other questions I have, and I don't want to go back and forth with Gavin, but I'll just get them out here on the record. If this ordinance is passed tonight, what employers in the city of South Bend who have 6 or more employees would be governed unless specifically exempted? And that's one of the things, the questions I would have. Secondly, there's a list here, so bear with me, which is very important. What notice would be given to these employers that the regulations are now taking effect? I don't know if everybody's going to knock on doors, send out letters, to make sure that every employer, every housing person in South Bend knows what's going on. One thing, if it does pass tonight, and the mayor said that he would sign it, does anyone in here know when that would take effect? I will tell you, that would happen on April 6th. So is 11 days a reasonable amount of time for South Bend employers, business owners, human resource personnel, et cetera, to comply with what we're talking about here tonight, which is seen as vague language? Also, is the city of South Bend, when we put this information out to the public, are we going to offer training and education to make sure everybody's on the same page of what we're talking about in this bill? Each side has different variations from different attorneys on what it is. I'll ask our attorney in a couple of minutes what her view is, but if we're going to do this, and we're going to have something that works, I think we need to train the business people and all employers to know what should be done, what shouldn't be done. There's a lot of other questions that I have. Again, I think it's evident, unfortunately, and Lonnie's a great guy, I've known him forever, but I think it's it just shows me when we're asked, and part of the presentation is about the number of incidences occur, and our own human rights people who in 2005 put a statement together and in 2010 did a resolution of this very issue, they don't even write down the people that come through their doors asking for help. In my line of work, I have a thing called probable cause, and I would think if I'm so passionate about this issue, so passionate about this being a problem in South Bend, I'm going to be marking down every time someone comes in the door and make a complaint about this, so when I come to the council, I can say, we've had 19 complaints about this. They don't keep track. They don't have any. So, thank you. Well, that's just, again, I think there's just a lot of questions that haven't been answered. Again, I appreciate everybody's input. And John, I have, I think, a statement from past President Rouse, if you could, okay. I guess it's one term minutes left, so that's it.
Sure. With respect to notice, any ordinance, is this correct, Kathy? Any ordinance is published?
Yes.
Okay. Any ordinance is published. Again, responding to vague language, this language is almost identical to the language used in Indianapolis, establishing precedent. And again, that ordinance has not been successfully challenged. I think fear and misunderstanding a lot of times fuels one to think that this might have some unintended consequences, but again, this has not happened across the country. This is passed in nearly every major city. And that's not to say that we're doing this or we're sponsoring this because we want to be like every other city. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do.
Councilwoman White has asked to be passed. I will then share mine, and then Councilman Davis, I'll let you go last. No problem. I'm thankful that this was brought up. We fought hard in 2010, and this was broader scope. And one of the things I'll say, people have shared, and I question Professor Rice. City of Indianapolis is a growing city. I love being in Indianapolis. I have not yet seen the car dealers and all the different places they leave out of Indianapolis because of the fact that I'm sure there are Christians who are involved with those businesses in Indianapolis. And relatives, I have many relatives who are Christians in leadership in Indianapolis, and they have not all left. I don't think anybody's left due to this being passed in Indianapolis. Or Bloomington or passed in other cities. Kalamazoo, I'm sure you can go around and find people about cars in Kalamazoo and other places. People have not all left because of these kind of things. The bathroom stuff, it was just hard to deal with when you had a father and mother growing up in Alabama when they had to deal with black and white only bathrooms. And many people in the Southern Baptist groups who was apologized and others basically preached out on Sunday morning. And even in my church, there was stuff in the Seventh Adventist Church that was downright racial. While we even have, in 1945, our church split over racial issues. And we still haven't almost come back to this day. So I've seen this in so many ways when you have looked at different issues. And to sit back and say that these are problematic, it could be problematic, it could be this, it could be that, and it has not yet been proven in a court of law is just somebody's assumption and is a concern of mine. And then the notion that we are a Christian nation, no, that's not what the Founding Fathers said. As much as a Christian, we are a nation that accepts all faiths. We accept Muslims. My neighbor down the street said she's an atheist, and when she needs some help in yard or graffiti on her yard, I still have to deal with her. And everything. She said, thank you for supporting me, and she doesn't even believe. So we are a nation that allows a group of people to come through and say, whether you believe in God, whether you didn't, you're going to be here. And, over in the King's English, it wasn't where the Kings, and all the whole thing where you had the kingdom, and if you weren't part of the King's or religion, you were done. This nation was based on the fact that you could have all different faiths. And so when people say we are a Christian nation, that is false and not an issue at all. Even though I'm a Christian, third generation, and all other kind of stuff, and ordained elder. We are a nation of all people. And so where people can pray, use the Torah, use everything else. And I'm thankful for that. And what other people's religion is, I go to church on Saturday. Do I legislate with my beliefs? Well, then I would vote against the park. That from Friday night to Saturday night, anybody from the Jewish faith would understand that. We would shut down the city on Friday night. We would shut down everything, no parks on Friday night. I'm a vegetarian, and do I take that to the whole extent? I helped out a lady and we just voted in past 2 councils ago who came for help because she wanted to open up a liquor bar on what's that? Western Avenue? I don't drink. I'm a church if I do. Okay? But she wanted to. That's illegal. And I went over to help her. We brought it here before the zoning bill. We got everything else. We made all the special exceptions. We did everything. Operating out of my role as a church member, I would have brought her, some other package of how to stop drinking and everything else, and given her some courses on those kind of things, and talked about Paul's writings and about, drinking and the whole wine to marker and all that kind of stuff. Okay, she didn't call me my elder role; she called me my council role. So in my council role, I did that. There's the role of separation of church and state, and I believe in separation of church and state. And I just brought that, my parents drilled that in my head, and I believe that. Render unto Caesar what Caesar's and unto God so and such God. There's a clear separation. Jesus himself stated that. And Paul said, as far as possible, live peaceably among all men. In other words, there are times when we have to disagree, and I understand those kind of words. But we are to live peaceably among us. So those are the key ways when I make the decisions, because in my district we have Catholics, we have Baptists, we have Church of God in Christ, we have so many people. How do we legislate things like that? And the last thing I would say when it comes down to the whole issue of religion and everything else from that standpoint, we have to respect everyone. Not always easy, and that's what I've told many people in my church. Where is the training going to be? Well, we need to continue to make sure that Mr. Douglas and his department will provide the training. And they're going to be hosting, I believe, the national. You hosted it last year, or you hosted it this year? One of those. This year, you're hosting it. Great. All the people coming from all over the country to deal with training and human rights and everything will be coming to South Bend. And so we have plenty of opportunity. He will be the lead host. They're coming to South Bend to learn. What better year can we pass this when the whole nation is coming here to learn? And so I'm thankful that we are using South Bend as a model. So I'm very pleased that Mr. Douglas, you're going to be hosting that, and you can now share that South Bend has put that on the map, and we are pleased to do that. So I'm at the enough for me tonight. Mr. Davis, your turn.
Thank you, Vice President Oliver Davis. I was just joking with Tim over here the last few seconds. I have never been this quiet in the council meeting, ever. So I am courtesy right now. I'm trying to break the monotony. I thanked everyone out for coming out earlier, and again, I say thank you again. Real quick, you made mention of me having my hood on, and I have my hood on, and in solidarity with what's going on nationally. I think everybody wants to make it a discrimination case. However, I don't see it as a discrimination case. I just see it as a vigilante losing his mind and taking justice to his own hands. I don't necessarily know if the gentleman that gave the fatal shot to Trayvon Martin was a racist. And as a matter of fact, I don't care if he was a racist. But what I do care is if he is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for his crime that he committed. And that's what I care about, and that's why I do have my hoodie on. It's not because I think it's discrimination. I think we're really quick to call people, you're discriminating. I'm not going to get into that. You know, at the end of the day, you know, everyone in here has free will to do whatever they choose to do. Whatever you choose to do, because you are a human being. I've been reading for the last couple of weeks, actually last 3 years. I've been dealing with some organizations within our community that I think that we have not been all inclusive of. I think we've had an opportunity to include certain elements to this bill that we continue to overstep because of our own personal agendas, our own personal thoughts, or maybe even our fears to not even tackle this issue. However, I'm going to take a few moments now to bring you up to date on what's going on in South Bend, Indiana, and across the whole world. I've been reading this book. It's called The New Jim Crow, and it's by Michelle Alexander, with a new forwarded by Cornel West. And his book talks intently about the prison system here in the United States of America, and more importantly about the situation that we do have existing inside South Bend, Indiana. Over the last few years, and will exist for the next several years, we have a situation where in the area code of 46619, 46628, and the last one is 46613, where we have over 400 ex-offenders coming in town, back into town to their homes, seeking out employment, housing, and all the other things that we've been talking about intently about GLBT rights. Now, I'm not going to speak against GLBT rights. I'm just going to talk about how inclusive we really are, or exclusive. And when I begin to talk about this, I'm going to say it intently because I think that we need to amend the bill to include ex-felons. And the reason why I'm going to say that is because there's a few experts that I've chosen specifically for this conversation. Page 4. And I would encourage you all, if you have opportunity, to get the book and read through it. It's a very good read. Once they are released, meaning ex-felons, they are often denied the right to vote, but not in Indiana because that was taken care of some years ago. But excluded from jury and relegated to racially segregated and subordinate existence through a web of laws, regulations, and informal rules, all of which are powerfully and reinforced by social stigma. They are confined to the margins of mainstream society and denied access to the mainstream economy. They are legally denied the ability to obtain employment because they were asked that they committed a crime. We all are aware of that. As I'm sure most of the population know. Housing and public benefits. much as African Americans were once forced into segregated second-class citizenship in the Jim Crow era. Move on. In less than 30 years, the U.S. penal system population exploded from around 300,000 to more than 2 million with drug convictions, those are nonviolent offenders, accounting for the majority of the increase. The United States now has the highest rate of incarceration in the world, dwarfing the rates of nearly every developed country, even surpassing those in highly repressive regimes like Russia, China, Iran. In Germany, 93 people are in prison for every 1,000 adults and children. In the United States, the rate is roughly 8 times that, or 750 per 100,000. The United States imprisons a larger percentage of its black population than South Africans did in the height of apartheid. Today, due to recent declines, U.S. crime rates have dipped below international norms. Nevertheless, the United States now boasts an incarceration rate that is 6 to 10 times greater than that of any industrialized nation. In development, directly traceable to the drug war, nonviolent offenses again. The only country in the world that even comes close to America's rate of incarceration is Russia. And no other country in the world incarcerates such as an astounding percentage of its racial ethnic minorities. I'll move on. When people are released from Illinois prison, this is our neighboring state, they are given as little as $10 at the gate. Gate money is what they call it. And bus tickets to anywhere in the United States of America, most to return to impoverished neighborhoods in the Chicago area, bringing very few resources and bearing the stigma of their prison record. In Chicago, as in most cities across the country, ex-offenders are banned or severely restricted from employment in large numbers of professions, job categories, fields by professional licensing, statutes, rules, and practices that discriminate against potential employees with felony records. According to a study conducted by DePaul University College of Law in 2002, of the 98 occupations requiring licenses in Illinois, 57 placed stipulations or restrictions on applications with a criminal record. Even when not barred from law from holding specific jobs, ex-offenders in Chicago find it extraordinarily difficult to find employers who will hire them, regardless of the nature of their conviction. They are routinely denied public housing, welfare benefits, and it is increasingly difficult to obtain education, especially now that the funding for public education has been hard hit due to exploding prison budgets. Young black men are more likely to go to prison than college. As of June 2002, there were nearly 20,000 more black men in Illinois state prison system than enrolled in state public universities. This is called all legalized discrimination. We grapple about GLBT issues, we grapple about all these other issues, but in South Bend, Indiana, St. Joseph County, Elkhart County as well, has been hit very, very hard with the re-entry of those who are coming back home, who are looking for jobs, employment opportunities, housing, and all the other things that we kind of like overlook. I had some people come out today, and I'm going to actually stand up, who are here in solidarity for this issue. Now, they ain't even advocates or people who have experienced this. Now, the problem is that we have more, but the time has elapsed. Thank you, Sandy. The time has elapsed, and so obviously we don't have as many as we once did before. But what I'm doing is I'm bringing your attention to an issue that affects us greatly and right in front of our face. And so, on top of that, I think we have something from Elkhart County where they talk about the federal and state correctional facilities held over 1.6 million inmates at the end of 2009. At least 95% of the state inmates will be released back into their communities at some point. In the state that looked at recidivism, that's when they go back if they committed crimes. And over 40 states, which costs us if the crime happens, then the police have to go pick them up, the court systems, et cetera, et cetera. More than 4 in 10 offenders return to state prison within 3 years of their release date. That's supposed to have people. So I'm going to offer amendments to this bill that will include ex-offenders to this bill tonight. because I think it's only right. It puts everything that we've been talking about for the last 5 hours, and it lines up. Housing, you can shake your head no if you want to, but it directly affects you. You take care of it now, or you have to take care of it later. I'd rather take care of it now. But if you want to shake your head, I would say that you will probably be discriminated against the demographic that needs your help, Councilman Furley and the rest of us. So, my amendment right now, motion is to make that ex-felons are a part of this particular bill that we have right now.
Is that the motion? Hold a second, he's already made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further questions? Yes? Yes.
I'm going to make a statement. I think it's ill-advised. I've read a lot about Cornel West. I don't agree with a lot of his sociological opinions. Henry focuses on drugs, which you certainly should, but the problem is also multifactorial in that we also have the highest percentage by far of any industrialized nation of unwed mothers, teenage mothers. This problem is very deep. And if you want to spend the night at Memorial Emergency Room, you'll see all types of cultural problems. White, black, Hispanic, whatever. So I don't think that we should address this particular issue, which is different from this issue at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have Councilwoman White and then Councilman Furley.
I would like to say that I've had at least one conversation with Mr. Lonnie Douglas, and I do believe that the state level is I'm sorry. I was saying in regards to the issue that Councilmember Davis has placed on the table. Can you hear me?
Very little. Very little. No, the other mic. Thank you.
In regards to, can you hear me? Okay. In regards to the issue that Councilmember Davis has placed on the table, I've had one conversation with Mr. Lonnie Douglas. I do believe that there's some movement coming from the state level to address this issue. And I would like to, if it meets the approval of the chair, to really allow that opportunity and for us to come back with a bill that will be state-led and have enforcement behind it. So I really don't know what the status of that particular initiative is, or if it will be addressed at the state level. It's very important. We do know, if I'm not mistaken, at one of the budget hearings that we had a couple of years ago, the question that was asked of the Human Rights Commission was the number of individuals who are impacted at a level that it's somewhat disproportionate. And if I'm not mistaken, which is part of the records, Mr. Davis said, Mr. Lonnie Douglas said that it was those returning back into the community, because at this point they have little recourse. I would suggest that collectively we could work with the Human Rights Commission and with others in the state to really come back to this council with a bill that can address this issue. And that would be my recommendation. I'm not saying that it's not important because it's critical.
Well, there's a book
I'm just putting on the table for discussion.
These questions are pertaining to the motion. Yes,
I'm just putting it on the
Sure.
table.
Councilman Davis, thank you for bringing this important issue to light, and I agree with Councilwoman White. This is important. I think the full council should work with Mr. Douglas and the Human Rights Commission. I just do not think tonight is the right time to address it.
Thank you. I would just like to speak to the motion too. I did talk to former Councilman Tim Rouse, who used to share the same philosophy. And I asked him when we were doing 2010, that was his speech, that he said that we did not include ex-felons in it. I asked him kindly to go ahead and submit a bill at the same time, and I would help co-author or sponsor or help him out with it. And several of the people who were working with our bill said we would help them to do the legwork. That was 2 years ago. That was not done. And so I would still concur with Councilwoman White that we should have a separate bill. Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. Are we ready for the vote? All in favor of attaching this amendment on, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. It fails. Okay, now can we have
motion to send to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to send the, 912 to the full council with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed? Let's do a roll call, please. Mr. Voigt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
By us defeating that amendment that I put out there, how soon can we get out there and take care of it? I think, again, we just delayed a human rights issue. Inmates, ex-offenders are humans, and clearly, there has been conversation amongst the council, this is a question, amongst the council about the delivery of the bill that we have in front of us, and a lot of the questions need to be answered. I think that we, as a council, could easily start an ad hoc committee or send it to a committee again with all of the things on the table to completely evaluate. I think the state right now is looking at expunging records. We talked about home rule, and because of home rule and because of this what we want to do today, we're using home rule to back up the GLBT bill that's before us. The same difference that you would do with ex-felons as well. And so you're stepping over an issue. I would think that's a bit more urgent than this GBLT, because as a matter of fact, the people that may be the ex-felons could be of GBLT descent. And so that would help them as well. So clearly, it could be you're laughing, but it's serious. You're laughing, but it's serious. I think so. My question right now is, how do we tackle this issue? I'm not going to let it die.
I don't want you to let it die. Councilwoman White, I think you have an answer for that.
I would say that I would be welcome the opportunity to take the leadership on this issue, to work very closely with all council members as well as with legal and with Mr. Lonnie Douglas and any other citizens that would like to really work with the council on this very critical issue. And I won't let it die.
So then, for the record, this is that concern that Mr. Davis has said will be charged with the Personnel and Finance Committee, and which is also oversees the Human Rights Commission. So thank you. We'll put that on your notes when we'll schedule that. I'm sure Councilwoman White will follow up with that. Now, Mr. Vody, could you call the roll?
What's the motion?
Motion is
Bill 912, favorable recommendation.
Mrs. Shea.
Yes.
Dr. Furley.
Yes.
Dr. Varner.
Nay.
Vice President Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furley.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Henry Davis.
I cannot support this bill because we're not being inclusive of all human beings, so my vote is nay.
President Dieter. Long night, I agree with Henry. Nay. There are six ayes and 3 nays.
Thank you. Motion to rise?
So moved.
Thank you.
Third reading, the third reading on 312.
No. Yeah, that was continued.
We still got the vote, y'all, please.
Wait till they clear out.
No, they have to, please.
7
Thank
If
you.
you're going to leave, be quiet and leave. If not, sit in your seats. We have more business to attend to. So we need amendments for that to continue.
No, it was continued. You go directly to 712.
Bill 712, third reading on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending the zoning ordinance and establishing historic landmark status for the structure and real property known as the Keegan Hobbit House and located at 1922 Portage Avenue in the City of South Bend, Indiana. Motion.
Moving passage to 712.
Second. Reporting. Dr. Furley.
Yes.
Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis.
Aye. Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furlick.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Henry Davis.
Hey, if I knew where I was at, I could say, I'm just gonna say aye. Mrs. Davis.
Aye.
President Dean. Aye. 9 ayes.
9-12.
Third reading on the bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending various sections of Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the South Bend Municipal Code by the inclusion of new provisions addressing gender identity and sexual orientation. Move for the favorable passage of Bill 0912.
Second.
Supported. Dr. Barner.
Nay.
Vice President Davis. Aye. Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furlick.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Henry Davis.
Say no. Say no.
No. Nay.
Dr. Furlick.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Shea.
Aye.
President Dieter. The vote is 6-3.
Thank you. Resolutions, Bill 1221, you need a fiscal.
No, we need a motion to continue that to April 9th.
So moved.
Second.
Can we do that to April 23rd?
No, because the ordinance is being continued to the 9th.
Okay.
So moved. And a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? 12-6, please. 12.
Again, because the special exception is related to the two other bills, I would recommend you continue it till April 9th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? 12-10, please.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Area Board of Zoning Appeals for the property located at 1434 Garland Circle.
Committee report.
There was a public hearing on 12:10 this afternoon, and it comes to council. It was continued with an unfavorable recommendation from the prior meeting.
All of them, that's your committee. DNA.
You did it. I know.
We have a presenter.
DNA.
12:10, we have a presenter.
We need a
1434 Garland. Circle.
Mr. Rolla.
report from Board of Zoning.
Mr. Mike Lyons, quick report. Can you shut that door, please?
The microphone's not on.
Yeah, shut that. Thank you. Fire away.
Mark Lyons at the Building Department, 125 South Lafayette Boulevard. This evening public hearing at the February 1st, 2012 meeting of the Area Board of Zoning Appeals is a special exception request for a assisted living facility in the SF1 district. Comes to you with the no recommendation. Have any questions you may have?
Any questions? No. Presenter, please.
Is the presenter here?
Presenter.
Is LaShawn Corolla there? LaShawn Corolla or her representative? We'll check the hallway.
We just gotta continue that to the...
We cannot continue it. Under state law, you must take action tonight.
For 90 days was up, 60 days was up. It had that.
Not there? Council Attorney, may call her name 3 times.
LaShawn Corolla, LaShawn Corolla, LaShawn Corolla. Is there any representative representing LaShawn Corolla for the special exception coming before the City Council with regard to 1434 Garland Circle?
Apparently not. So while we're here, anyone like to speak in favor of that? And opposition? Seeing none of those. Opposition, go ahead. That'll be very short.
President, members of the council, we'll try to make this short given the length of time that we've been here already this evening. My name is Stephen Studer. I'm an attorney at Street DeVault with office at 4101 Edison Lake Parkway. We represent about 34 neighbors in the neighborhood. I would ask them just to stand tonight so they don't have to speak. We've lost a number of them due to the lateness of the hour. But as you can see, a number of neighbors have stayed around for this. We know that this has come to the council with an unfavorable recommendation, and we will say that only that we are not against group homes, but we think this is a zoning matter. This particular petitioner is only here because she was caught violating city ordinances. And I would also say that this particular petitioner had businesses in Illinois, Indiana, and in Illinois and Mississippi. She shows her home address is Oak Park, Illinois. Only in Indiana does she show 1434 Garland Circle. She's employed as a full-time nurse outside the home at a company called Comfort Companion Choice, which is also in the city of South Bend, which is zoned residential and operates as a business as well. This particular business is inappropriate at this location. It does not meet the requirements for a special exception because the proposed use is not consistent with the character of the district in which it is located. The use is not compatible with the low-density use contemplated in the comprehensive plan of the city. And to grant a special exception after the petitioner has violated the city's ordinances on a number of cases to contradict the community's moral standards and general welfare. I had a much lengthier presentation, but I think, given the fact that this is not here, we would only ask that the council follow its recommendation from the Land Use Committee this afternoon and vote this petition down as a special exception.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, council may have a recommendation.
Move for the defeat of Bill Pro Tem.
Second.
A motion second. Clerk Wardy.
Vice President Davis. Aye. Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Perlich.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Henry Davis. Aye. Mrs. Shea.
Aye.
Dr. Perlich.
Yes.
Dr. Berner.
Aye.
President Peters.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank all of you that sat through here. Thank you very much. We need a motion to continue 1225. Can we do that for the 23rd also?
So move.
That's cool. Okay. Thank you. 23rd. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. 1226.
A resolution.
Committee report.
Gotta read it.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, encouraging a riverfront development district along the beautiful St. Joseph River.
And your committee report said.
President Jeter, council, colleagues, bill number 1226 came to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, who's going to keep going?
Presentation? Very
Okay,
good.
right on. Really quick, this is, and I'm not, cause obviously we're close to 1 o'clock, and I'm getting tired, and I was giggling, so that means I'm tired. So what I'm going to get at is that we are really working at trying to do some economic development here in the city. The state awarded, throughout the state, whoever had a river in their municipality, South Bend being one, the rights to develop on the river called riverfront development. And what has happened is that because of these riverfront developments in communities such as Lafayette, Indiana, where West Lafayette is at, where Purdue is at, they've developed considerably on the river and have obviously extended new liquor licenses that are not transferable from this particular site, but also in a position where they are creating new tax bases, new jobs, and new services along the riverfront but also giving it a new appeal, so you may have a different type of nightlife that's going to happen here in South Bend. There was a department or a wing from South Bend, downtown South Bend, who was also working on this action, so I don't know if Mr. Perry is here still or not. Oh, he is. If he will have something to say, if he doesn't, it's still fine, sir. But what we're doing is definitely working at trying to make sure that we can develop on our river like some of the other cities have in the state of Indiana, Indianapolis being another one, Evansville as well. So we're working at the economic development type of this thing, and so just trying to create more tax base, more jobs, and more opportunity for our city.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anyone like to speak in, I know where it is. Anyone want to speak in favor? Opposition? Council.
Move to the passage of Bill 26.
Second.
Wardy.
Let's see here. Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furlick.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Henry Davis.
Aye.
Mrs. Shea.
Aye.
Dr. Furlick.
Yes.
Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis.
Aye.
President Peter.
Aye.
9 ayes.
1227.
A resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving an order of the St. Joseph County Area Plan Commission approving a certain declaratory resolution and an amendment to the South Bend Central Development Area Development Plan adopted by the South Bend Redevelopment Commission.
Thank you. Committee report.
This bill came before the Community Economic Development subcommittee this afternoon, and it came with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Shalio. Mr.
Good morning. On January 24th, the Redevelopment Commission approved this resolution. It was then forwarded to the Area Plan Commission. What we look to do is add 3 properties to the South Bend Central Development Area Acquisition List. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. I do have some information that you had requested earlier. If you'd like to pass it out now.
Give it to Wardy. We'll get it tomorrow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good work. Anyone like to speak in favor of this? Opposition? Council.
Move for the passage of 1227.
Question. Came back to the council. Give me a couple seconds. As this is an action that we talked about earlier, with the situation with South Street and the overpass and dealing with the train. I know what it is. This is the. Let me finish out. Let me finish. As there was a plan that has not been established, further established, to follow suit with the same bill. Clearly, we don't know all of the questions that we were, not all the answers that were being asked about the situation. And I know this has to go back to redevelopment, am I correct?
Yes.
It is. So while we're asking that this be continued until we have further information about the area, considering there's no plan for downtown outside of the plan that we have that's obviously not being used. So I was asking for a continuation until we were able to figure out.
Have a motion for that?
Yes, sir.
But I already made a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second on that motion.
Second.
Gavin already seconded.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? So we have a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Just hold on. I'm running the show.
Yes, the door.
So we have a motion. I'm questioning. We have that clarity on the vote.
We don't do that after a certain period of time.
You read the roll regarding 1227.
Motion to adopt.
There's a motion, okay, there's a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt 1227. Mr. Scott.
Nay.
Mr. Henry Davis.
Nay.
Mrs. Shea.
The motion was to continue the.
No, the motion was to adopt because we have to have a roll call on that motion that Councilmember Oliver Davis had, seconded by Gavin Furlick.
Motion to adopt. For Henry?
Yeah, you go back.
Mrs. Shea?
Motion to adopt, 1227. Aye.
No.
Dr. Furley. Nay. Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis. Councilmember White.
Nay.
Mr. Furlick.
Aye.
President Peter.
Where are we at right now?
Dead even, was it?
4 to 4. 4 to 4.
Nay, fails by five.
I'd like to make a motion to, continue this deal to,
23rd.
the 23rd of April of 2012.
Second.
But, is there any other things that we need from Mr. Chavio?
What we will do, and I'm gonna make sure of it, is that we have a redevelopment commission tomorrow. And so we have a more detailed approach to what's going on with these properties and as we are acquiring them. Because that is a problem. We're operating on the guise of, under the guise of thinking that something's going to happen. I mean, nothing's 100%, but we like to have a little back.
Gotcha. Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition to that? Thank you. Proceed to first reading for 10-12.
We need to have it read first, and Mr. Inks will request the suspension of rules.
Henry delayed till April, what?
Bill 1012, first reading on a bill of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending individual paragraphs within Section 2-84.13 and Section 2-84.15 of Chapter 2, Article 6 of the South Bend Municipal Code addressing annual tax abatement notice and reporting date.
We have a committee report.
Yes, Bill 1012 came before the CED this afternoon. Don Inks has done a great job. We came back and pushing to full council favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Hanks meets two.
Yesterday.
Thank you, council members. My name is Don Inks. I work for Economic Development on 12th floor of this building. We would ask this evening that you suspend the rules. Morning. Yes, thank you. We'd ask that you suspend the rules to allow the first reading, second, and third reading on this resolution this evening, or this morning again. This has to do with the tax abatement annual report and changing the due date of that report from March 31st of the year to June 15th. And it allows us to combine it with the CF1 report that we send to the council, and it allows us to lessen the reporting burden on businesses that receive tax abatement. They'll still be supplying the same information, but by combining the reports, they'll be sending that information and collecting it just one time instead of twice. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Just a procedure question. How do we vote on this? Do we vote it all in one shot? Or
We need a roll call vote on the request to suspend the rules for first, second, third, and public hearing this evening. Has to be unanimous.
I make a motion that we suspend all the rules, second and third reading, to comply with what Mr. Inks and the CED department is actually asking for.
Second.
Mr. Henry Davis.
Aye.
Mrs. Shea.
Aye.
Dr. Furley.
Yes.
Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis. Aye. Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furley.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
President Peter.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. Now, do we need to get some public? You already gave us a report.
Yeah. Now the public.
Anyone like to speak in favor? Opposition? Now may I have a motion?
Move the passage of 10.
10-12.
Second.
Gordy?
Mrs. Shea.
Aye.
Dr. Furley.
Yes.
Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mr. Furley.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Henry Davis.
Aye.
President Davis.
Aye.
9 ayes.
May I have a motion to send, bump that one to the 23rd also?
Yes, we're in our 90-day window.
Okay. The motion to, to move, 6/12 to Z&A for April 23rd.
Second.
A motion to second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition to that?
No.
Thank you. Any new business before this council tonight?
Yes, Councilman Davis, Henry Davis will be traveling to Washington, D.C. this coming Thursday. I was appointed to a committee, an action committee to work on working families and workers' rights through IEO Network. And so I'll be taking South Bend, Indiana, along with the second district with me. We'll be developing policies nationally, and speak on foreign policies nationally, during this election cycle, but also, through the duration of the years to come. And so I hope that we will develop enough, policies and things that will take action here in this locality. I'm looking forward to the trip. Washington D.C. has been good to me, and I hope that it continues to, produce the fruit that we're looking for here in South Bend.
That's it? Motion to adjourn.
All right.
At this time, on something we didn't talk about the last couple hours, you can come up to that podium. Name and address, you need to sign in. If there's a specific item that you want us to check into, you need to write it down there. Seeing none. Motion to adjourn. MS.
Sure.